Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Grand Chess Tour, Croatia Rapid. And this is Sagar Shah. We're going to watch the games of Vishy Anand today. But great news coming in from Serbia. Oops. Oh, battery just died. Oh my god. Unbelievable. 1 second. I'll fix it. Give me a second. What a start to the stream. What a start. The battery just died, yeah? But I think it'll be back. Should be back. Okay, we are back. We are back. Guys, today we are going to see Vishy Anand fighting it out against three strong players, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Alexander Grischuk and Anton Korobov. We are going to see all these games, but also Nihal Sarin has won in Serbia. Pranav V has become an IM and also achieved his maiden GM norm, and so has Aditya Mittal. During the show, we'll try to invite them, and well, the games have begun, and Anand is playing here. And look, we already have a guest joining in today. 1 second, let me just see if he's really here. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Aditya. Oh, wonderful. We have Aditya Mittal in the house. 1 second, let me just get you on the screen, Aditya.
Yeah.
There you are. Guys, Aditya is here, the one and only youngster from Mumbai who scored his maiden GM norm today. Aditya, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Where are you right now?
Hey. I'm in the hall only because I need to leave after 2 hours for Paris.
Oh, you have to leave for Paris in Open in 2 hours, and you just joined from the playing hall. So you finished your
Yeah.
last round and like couple of hours
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Aditya, we will talk about your GM norm and how it was a little bit more. But can you tell us a bit about what is happening in Vishy Anand's game right now?
Uh.
1 second. Are you able to see the screen?
No.
1 second. Chat, 1 second. I'm just trying to fix everything here. Yeah, now?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And guys, while we have Aditya here, we also have another amazing personality joining in right now, the winner of the tournament, Nihal Sarin. Hello,
Hi.
Nihal.
Hi.
Nihal, are you going to leave in 10 minutes from Serbia?
No. Just the PD and
The prize ceremony is in 10 minutes. Okay, okay. Nihal,
yeah, pretty.
congratulations for winning the tournament.
Thank you.
Tell us a bit about did you give an interview to Rupali today?
No, I have to give it.
Okay. So later. So I won't ask too many questions to you, but just overall your thoughts. Like you played amazing chess.
Yeah. So,
Which was
uh,
which was your favorite game?
favorite game. It's hard to say,
Mm-hmm.
but I think against Sanal it was a good game,
Yes.
and like I got caught in the opening, but somehow it all went well. And this tournament in general, I was just playing and just trying to have fun, and somehow everything just went well.
So tell me, what are you most happy about? About winning the tournament? About gaining what 17, 80 elo points, reaching top 100 in the world, becoming India number 5. So many things happened.
Um. Okay, all of this I think.
All of this.
Yeah.
Or you could say none of them. I'm just Just I play chess just for fun. But Nihal, tremendous play. And also we have Aditya here who played amazingly well. I think Aditya today made your task a little easy, yes, by holding his opponent to a draw. And so you could also draw and win the game, win the title.
So yeah, congrats. Sir.
Thanks. Congrats to you too.
So before you guys leave, and I'll talk to Aditya because he's in the hall. You have to travel, Nihal, to the tournament hall. Tell us a bit about this match of Vishy. He's playing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov right now. And what do you think? It's the Ragozin, and I think both of you play it a lot with both colors.
Not too much.
Takes, and this is the position on the board.
This is the current question?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not so good at the theory here, especially in this queen a4 check. But I think maybe black goes like b6 and a3 bishop e6, perhaps.
B6. Sorry, B6, A3.
Bishop a6
Ooh,
maybe,
okay.
like something like this. Like so, take b4 c5. I don't know. But I've seen similar questions. I'm not sure whether it's the exact same one. But...
Okay. And actually, you are right. Vishy has played b6 here. Very interesting.
Yeah, obviously he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's well prepared over
Yeah.
there. So this is still early in the opening, and Anand, playing his over the board tournament after a long time. And also Nihal, you will be getting the prize right now, and then you will be going to Sochi tomorrow, or what is it? What's the
Yeah, I'll go to Sochi tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. And then you will spend a couple of days there before the World Cup.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Great. Nihal, thanks for joining in. I know you have very little time, but you came here. A lot of people in the chat have been rooting for you. They have congratulated you for your fantastic performance. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for all the support.
Yeah. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Aditya, tell us a bit about yourself. How are you feeling?
Of course, very happy, and it's about the comeback. Mostly, I'm very happy that I think the first 3 rounds went really bad, and then
How much did you score in first 3 rounds?
1.5.
1.5, and then you won 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, yeah, so really happy about that.
Yeah, and then last round draw, and guys, I have to tell you that I was at this Kramnik Gelfand camp organized by Microsense in Chennai, where Aditya was selected, where he couldn't travel because he had an accident, and he couldn't walk, so he couldn't come to the event. He was learning remotely from his home in Mumbai. And at that point, both Kramnik and Gelfand asked Aditya, so Aditya, what's your rating? And Aditya said, like something around 2400, no GM norms. And they said, come on, Aditya is way stronger. He is GM material. And I think, Aditya, you are now this is the first event, yeah, you got to play after a long time. And you're showing your mettle here. What went right for you, and how did you manage to play so well? Many people in the lockdown got really bored, but I think you kept working hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the mindset, like I didn't get too dejected after the early rounds, and just was playing normal chess, and it just went to plan.
Okay, very nice. And who are the people you want to thank for your title? I'm sure Rupali is going to ask you all these questions, but still, just to know, who's your trainer, whom are you working with right now?
Yeah, right now I'm working with Alexander Golashapov and Michael Royce.
Oh, Michael Royce, okay.
Yeah, these two right now. And of course, I'd like to thank my parents for so many things. First of all, to get here was a very difficult decision because, of course, lot of things, COVID and all. So yeah, they are of course the main ones to be thanked for everything.
Yeah, is your mom there?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, can you bring her in the screen?
Yeah.
Guys, making a GM norm is not easy. You have to perform at 2600 ELO, and we have Aditya's mom Kusum over here. Kusum, great, big congratulations to you. I think you must be feeling very happy.
Yeah, Sagar, thank you so much. Yes, of course, it's a great feeling because he was due for these norms for long, and somewhere it was like that he's not able to travel. And I'm happy that happened in the very first tournament of the trip. That will give give a big boost to him also and to us also. So I'm really happy.
Is it a long
Yeah.
trip? Like how many events?
See, right now we have planned 3 more tournaments are already planned. But after that, I will just actually see the situation. See, we have got the Shenzhen visa. So we have thought that we will plan some more tournaments before we go back because it's not easy to travel again back to these places from India. And of course, as Aditya said, that this was a very tough decision. And in fact, we got visa just 2 days prior to coming here. So everything was done in a jiffy within 10 days of span. There was no planning from before.
Beautiful. And I hope that it works out well because it's not easy. But if Aditya keeps playing well, who knows? He may come back as a grandmaster and would be wonderful if that happens.
Thank you so much. We wish so. But right now, I'm happy that these children are able to play on the board tournaments.
Yes.
Chess is life for them, passion for them. So it's still long way to go, but we are happy.
Amazing. Yeah, and you guys are, all the I saw some pictures of all the mothers there, all the parents who have taken their kids there. It's so difficult right now to give up on things and travel. So it's
Correct.
very commendable that you are
Not
doing this.
easy. It's not easy because it is like a tough fight between like ourselves only, where we had to take this decision. Is it going to be correct or not? Leave the things of GM norms and all, but traveling in this currently pandemic situation, will it be good for the children or not? That was a tough decision. But I thought that this is like going to be too much, and now they really need a break.
Yeah.
So we just thought.
Absolutely, and you can see him enjoying in the tournament. Congratulations! The entire chat is congratulating you, Aditya, and also a lot of hearts for you, Kusum, in the chat. People love your spirit. And guys, I must tell you, she is actually a teacher in a school in Mumbai. So and I think you.
But Sagar, I will just add now that now I have quit last
now-
1.5 years. Yeah, now I am into totally online classes. I'm not being in a school
so
now.
you are into teaching, but now online.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay, tremendous. So thank you, Kusum, and I'll take Aditya's some advice on this game of Anand that is happening. But thank you for joining.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Adi, can you tell us,
Yeah.
Vishy, E5?
Did he take CD4?
Yeah, he took. I think when your mom was speaking, you were calculating, yeah, like what should Anand play? That's
Yeah.
how chess players do, yeah. They are not concerned about what is happening. They are all the time calculating. Okay, EF6, DC3. Wow.
Yeah, I thought knight G5 here.
Oh, threatening mate in 1.
Yeah, so initially I thought CD4 was not possible, but there might be some plan.
But what about
Now
G6 now?
Bishop C3.
Mhm. But do you think this position is worse for Anand?
A bit.
Hmm.
Not sure.
Maybe E5 here.
Oh yeah. F4, also queen f6, yeah.
Yeah, F4 we can take here. Because after, let's say,
Knight e4.
knight e4 is strong, followed by FE5. But maybe here just EF4. And it seems like Black is doing okay, but so right now this is the position on the live board right now. DC3, and Mamedyarov has taken bishop C3.
Okay. So GF6, I think,
Yeah,
looks.
take on F6.
Yeah, and Rook D1, Queen E7. I don't immediately see what's White's plan here.
Hmm. Yeah, so black seems okay, right? Because you just put your knight here, get your bishop here, maybe F5 later, Rook D8.
Yeah, maybe Bishop to C3 wasn't the best move.
You mean here D takes C3? Ah, he could have taken FG7.
Yeah, FG7 or yeah. It's equal anyways, I think. But after Bishop C3, maybe black has an advantage.
After in the game, bishop takes C3, and now Anand has taken GF6, and it looks like Anand is at least comfortable, like he's not worse.
Yeah.
Can you explain one concept to our viewers? Like generally they are all worried about their king side getting shattered and these weak squares around the king. Why is black's king safe here?
Yeah, the main point is that black's bishop is very strong in defense because bishop on G7 will be controlling mostly everything. Example, if H7 pawn is attacked, he can play H6 and the bishop just about controls everything, and black also has the option to play F5 at some point to restrict white's queen. So that so it's not so bad, yeah.
So the available resources. Sorry?
Yeah. It's still a weakness, but it is playable. Not
it is
a weakness.
defendable. Okay. Wonderful. Aditya, before you go, and you have the prize ceremony now, tell us how difficult it is to make a GM norm overall.
Well, of course, this event it was very difficult because many games I had to win in a row. Of course, it's difficult, but yeah, what can I say? I think
it's difficult for everyone else, but not for me. Yeah, like I'm going to.
It's difficult. It's not easy.
Yeah, no, it's but you have to perform at a rating of 2600 plus. Did you need a draw today to make your norm, or you had already made it with one round to spare?
I needed a draw.
You needed a draw. So how did you approach it? Like, did you offer a draw to your opponent? Did he offer, because it was a quick draw?
No, he offered actually because I think he thought that his position became a bit minus, so he didn't want to take any risk. It was equal, but I think he thought that he was a bit minus. Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. Very interesting. So Aditya drew his game today against who was the opponent? He was 2600 plus, right?
Yeah, Bernardsky Vitaly.
Yeah, Vitaly Bernatsky from Ukraine, and with this he has scored his first GM norm. He's already an IM. Aditya, you are 14 years old.
Yeah.
So you're born in 2006 and you're 14 years old. And what would be your live elo right now? It was 2438 before the tournament.
It will be 2459 or 2458. I don't know.
2458. So guys, he needs 42 elo points and 2 more GM norms to become India's next Grandmaster, and he's going to play 3 tournaments next. So who knows, maybe he comes back as a Grandmaster. We already have some amazing cases of our young talents going outside India and playing and doing well. So Aditya, all the best. We are very proud of you for achieving the GM norm, and keep going.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Bye.
Bye.
Guys, that was Aditya here, and well, I just thought that these people have performed so well in this event that we should get them over here, and you guys could congratulate them, and thank you all for being wonderful viewers and sending the love to them. Okay. Yeah. Nihal joined for some time, but I think Rupali will do a a detailed interview with him, so I didn't ask him too many questions. Also, with Aditya, they might show a game or two as well. By the way, Queen E4 has been played by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Now, Vishy Anand here. By the way, we are also expecting Pranav to join in, who scored another Grandmaster norm. We had two Indians scoring GM norms today. Pranav and Aditya and Nihal Sarin winning the tournament. I think Arjun also did very well. He finished with 7 out of 9, joined second. Not sure what position he finished on. But right now, all eyes on Vishy's game. So, Mamedyarov has played his queen to e4. Now, he's trying to switch his queen to the king side and attack Vishy Anand's king. Anand has to decide what to do. I think Vishy is pretty safe. He can get his bishop here. He can put his knight on c5. He decides to play his knight to c7 because he thinks that knight not on c5, but he will put it on d5. That's the position. Yes, Ayush Patel says Prak's father tweeted that he has received the visa. Yeah, I was going to write an article, but I fell short of time to write it. So after the stream maybe, but a lot of people worked hard to get his visa. The All India Chess Federation, Venkat Ramaraja, Vishy Anand and Aruna Anand, they also helped in getting the visa. Prachura, Srinath, Manu Gurtu, Ramesh. So it was a big team effort. Bharat Singh and all the people helped. So this is some amazing things you guys are witnessing in Indian chess, where people are coming together, and you know, all of you who have joined in recently also to follow chess have been so wonderful by retweeting, by asking the right authorities to help. So that really helps, guys. Thank you. Okay, knight c7 has been played by Vishy Anand. Now he wants to put the knight on d5. What does Shakhriyar Mamedyarov do, guys? Any suggestions? He can give a check, but then Anand will simply put his bishop here on g7. He can also put his rook to d1, but yeah, he has done that. He's put his rook to d1. Arjun Erigesi, I think, scored 7 points in the... Yeah, I'll show the standings of Nihal's tournament as well. And Anand instantly puts his knight on d5. I have a question for everyone here. What happens to Queen e7? Why is this a blunder? So, time for you to start your... to put on your thinking hats. Why is this a blunder? Can you tell me what is the best move for black here? Sorry, white here. White. What is the best move for white here? And also, I'm going to talk about a few things very shortly. Just give me a second. Oh, look at this. Srilata Sinha. Wow. Very quick. Very quick. Undercover Monk says, Sagar, do you think pandemic has energized chess culture in India because people have a lot of spare time? Well, in general, Indian chess was on the rise. Pandemic has just brought in a lot of people to follow it, to play it, to understand it better. And now, you know, many more players are also motivated because there's so many of you following the events, and it's been a big boost overall. So these youngsters, of course, they focus completely on the tournaments and all of it, but it helps that they have so many people following them and the games. Yes, all those who have mentioned, Venkatesh, yes, thank you. Vishy sir, OP, so excited for today. Thank you for super chat, Venkatesh. The right move here is rook to d7. Let me see how many of you have found the answer to this move. And also let me get the board here so you can see the board. Yep. Bishop b4. No, guys, bishop b4, I'll just take it because there's a bishop on f8. You see here? There's a bishop sitting here. I could just pick it up. So not bishop b4. Rook d7 is the correct move, because after queen d7, queen g4 check. If king h8, I have bishop f6 and it's a mate. To bishop g7, you have takes and also a checkmate. So that is the winning move, winning idea here. And that's why Anand would not make such a mistake. You know, he goes knight d5, very solid, puts his knight in the center, queen g4, he puts his bishop on g7, and now Mamedyarov plays his rook to e1, which is actually a mistake. Oh my god. How is it a mistake? I can't even understand. You know, it's just a normal move. I say, talk to your pieces. And here, if you talk to your pieces, you talk to the rook on f1. You tell the rook, hey rook, what do you want to do? And rook says, I want to get into the game. So you play it to e1. But why is this a mistake? Vishy just plays king h8. Okay, it's a fine move, but maybe, I'm not sure. The engine suggests queen c8. Wow, what is happening? What is happening here, guys? Okay, firstly, what I do generally, if I don't understand something, is I try to analyze it by seeing what's the best move in the position. So, some of the moves are knight h4, queen c8, oh, there's rook d5, and the knight comes here. Okay, that's understandable completely. Okay, so what happens, let's say if I play a3, queen c8. So actually speaking, you have to do something with rook d5 ideas, yeah, in the position. Because if queen d5, there is bishop f6 winning. And if e d5, you play knight d4 with the idea of here. So if you don't do these things like coming to the f5 square like this, or you know, some threats like rook d5, then black is better. It seems like you can just play queen c8. And now the threat is to take. Oh, okay. So taking is the threat. And if bishop d4, it's a very complicated position. I'll go rook d8. And if, I mean, it's a very subtle idea, because the thing is, after take, see, the queen is attacked. And if you play rook e8, queen e8, bishop f6, now here just queen f8, and black is still better. You know, you will get your rook here, threaten a mate if the knight moves rook e6. So actually speaking, Vishy's best move here was queen c8, which would have started to threaten maybe knight c3 in the position when he's better. You know, he's a pawn up. Guys, if you have forgotten this, that's why. No, the thing is, it's a pawn up. Shobit Roshan playing f5 is like getting mated in one move. You shouldn't play f5. So yes, I agree with you that queen c8. Now I understand. I was a little bit dazed, through the opening. Black is a pawn up. So rook fe1 allows black to consolidate in a way after queen c8. But after king h8, now he goes rook d4. Wow. So Shakriyar is coming at the king. He wants to play queen h5, rook h4 and mate Vishy down to the h7 point. That is his idea. And Anand is thinking now, okay, if you were in Vishy Anand's shoes, what would you play here? I was thinking, can we do f5? Guys, this is a blunder. Can you figure out why this is a blunder? You have exactly 10 seconds to figure out what is the move here, and I'll see who are the people who quickly give the answer. Let's see who are the first ones. What happens after f5? No, not rook d5. Queen is hanging on g4. Yes, the right move has been suggested. Savita Chess, Aditya Narayanan, Khush Jain, Abhinav Agarwal, Adit Parikh, Shashank Thakkar, Ira Kartika, Saksham Pansari, Dynamic Chess, and Tulia. Tulia Melapola, good job. Guys, the right move here in this position is the very, very surprising move. Queen takes g7. King takes g7, and you might say, what's happening? But then comes a discovered check to the king, and you have to block it, and I'll take this, and after I take, I have two pieces for a rook and a better position. Smruti Panda says, why does Nihal's wins feel like my own Sagar? Ooh, tough question. I would say, in general, that you guys have got emotionally attached to Nihal and some other players, because Nihal has won the Olympiad. At that time you were following him, then you were seeing him in many of the bullet matches, in blitz matches. He played with Samay, he played many times, and so you know him well, you know him how he is as a person, and that I think creates a bond, that really helps. Meanwhile, Vishy Anand has put his queen to c7. Very cool move here. Queen to c7, removing his knight from the pin and now threatening to take here. So Anand is not a player who gets afraid by empty threats. Rook c4 by Shak. Shak plays his rook to c4. We call him the Shak because his name is Shakriyar Mamedyarov. Meanwhile, Fahad Siddiqui, thank you for becoming booster of Indian chess. We have the first member today. Guys, you all have, supported so much. I'm so proud of every member, and in general, all of you who are following this. Because of you, we raised 77,383 rupees in the last month of June, and all of these names are published on Chessbase India website today before the stream. I have put the link in the description. 443 members supported Pranav, and he has got a GM norm. He became an IM of India. He has been trying to get the IM title for many years, and he managed to achieve his final norm here. So a big thank you to all of you for becoming members. And in July we will support another chess player who is in need of funds, and we'll try to see that they also achieve their aim. So thank you all. We had 305 members, 308 members in May, and we had 443 members in June. So that just shows that you guys are supporting in such a big way. Thank you all. Now rook to c4, attacking the queen. Oh, we have another member, Ashish Advani. Thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian chess. Thank you, Ashish. Now, where to move the queen is the question. Guys, where do you want to move the queen? I believe you can move to several places, but let me see what are your suggestions. Where do you want Anand to move his queen? It's not like your vote will make him move the queen, but I want to see how many of you get the move which Anand has already made on the board. He's already played it. Venkatesh says, that's so nice. Pranav OP, kudos to all for supporting. Thank you, Venkatesh. Yes, Krush Singla, I will not move my hands fast. I'll be like slow motion. Yes. So a lot of people have mentioned the move Queen B7 and also Queen E7 and Queen D7. And guys, I feel that all the moves are really good. You see, all the moves are working well. But Anand played Queen E7, and it's understandable because Vishy wants to keep his queen closer to the pawn here, safer. Maybe he will then move his rook over to the G file. So that seems like the plan. We have another member here, Mayank Dige. Thank you. Oh, Mayank has become the pillar of Indian chess. This is the highest tier by contributing 799 rupees a month. Thank you so much, Mayank. All the money that we collect through membership goes to Indian chess, to Indian talents, youngsters in need of these funds. So thank you. Okay, Queen E7. And Anand is better here. He's a pawn up. Mamedyarov is searching for compensation. So let's just imagine Mamedyarov plays a move like Queen H5. What is his plan? He wants to come to h4. So you just take the bishop. Okay. Let's say the rook swings over and Anand just moves his pawn to h6. Now there's no mate, nothing happening. So you have to take the pawn. And now just rook a c8. And this bishop is good enough to support the king entirely. There is no way to put further pressure on this h6 pawn here. The knight cannot come and attack it. So it turns out that Anand is actually clearly better here. He's threatening to take on c3, centralize his rook, push his pawn to f5. It is starting to get quite dangerous for Mamedyarov. And Vishy's moves are easy. You can see from the time as well. Mamedyarov has 8 minutes 22 seconds. Vishy Anand has 14 minutes. It's getting intense here. Meanwhile, today, guys, we have an aim. We have an aim of subscribers to reach 699k. That is the plan. So please do subscribe if you haven't done so. I think it's a achievable aim. Just we are close to 698. We'll celebrate it when that happens. But then we go to, 698 is like the IM norm for like Pranav, and then we go for GM norm. Shivam Kumar says Tiger is hungry. Ooh. Yeah, I think, what Anand did? I'll tell you. Anand was put under pressure in the opening. Just very quick recap of this game. By the way, a big thank you to Soham Pandya for becoming backer of Indian chess. Thank you, Soham. So here, Anand played his normal Queen's Gambit decline. Then he went for the Ragozin, Queen A4, Knight C6. All good. Rook E8, Bishop F8 seems to be a plan that he's come up with. He now played Knight B4. Then he took on C4. He played B6. And as Nihal rightly pointed out, that A3 you can even go Bishop A6, which is a good idea. A3, Bishop A6 was, something. But in the game, it so happened that he castled Bishop A6. Ayush Ghia, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Take, E4, C5, hitting in the center. And now Mamedyarov in his typical style overextends. Anand says, okay, I'll win a pawn. Mamedyarov says, I'll win a knight. Anand says, I'll win a knight. Bishop takes. So now it's equal material and Vishy takes a pawn. So he's a pawn up. But Mamedyarov has compensation because the king is weak and he plans to bring his rooks in the center of the board. But Anand played this very interesting move, rerouting his knight to the center, putting it on d5. Rook d1, knight d5, queen g4, bishop g7, rook e1. And this is where the compensation started to run a little low. Rook d4, queen c7, rook c4, queen e7. And now b3 has been played, guys. No, bd4 has been played first by Mamedyarov. And Anand quickly puts his rook on c8. He's very good at making these active defensive moves. As I've told you, Vishy Anand, master of active defense. b3. And this is the position here. No, this is good position for Vishy Anand. Vishy is black here. He has great chances. I think he can even take here. Pawn takes. Yes, you get a bit afraid to move your knight away from the center. Let's say rook c4, b takes c4 and knight b4. But next move, you don't have, there are two approaches. You can worry about your king side or you can just be like, no, there's no problem. I'm completely safe. I'll go rook c8. I'll start attacking this pawn. Mind if we see Anish also? Okay, let's have a quick look at Anish's game. By the way, this has happened. Anand played knight b4, rook e2. Let's have a quick look at Anish's game. He's playing against Anton Korobov. And he's played... what did he play? e4, e5. Anish is black. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, d5 takes, bg2 take, knight c6, knight f3, bishop c5 castles, rook e1, d3, rook e8, e4. Oh, he sacked a pawn, yeah. Takes. Okay, I'll maybe analyze it in depth later, but right now this is the position on the board. It's a pawn up position for Anish. But it looks like there are certain back rank issues that Anish has to contend with, like rook e8, rook e1. Now if you take the rook, then queen b8, back rank mate. Guys, how many times do we learn about back rank mates in chess? Okay, so right now Anish's position looks slightly worse, but only if his opponent finds rook e8 and rook e1. If he doesn't find that, he should be completely fine. Meanwhile, let's get back to Vishy Anand. What is he up to after knight b4, bc4, knight b4, rook e2? Vishy now played his rook to d8, a decent move. He is planning to put pressure on the bishop, and now Mamedyarov is thinking what to do. G3. No, I think Anish's position, he will be able to manage that. You know, he's worse, but he will be able to manage that. Now, what Mamedyarov has done is against the back rank ideas later. His king now has a Luft. It's called Luft. What is a Luft? Luft is a German word for space, or you can say air. Basically making some air for the king. Luft. King pawn to g3. Now Anand came back, knight c6. Very natural. Bishop b2. Now, I think the natural moves have come to an end, right? Now, Anand has to come up with a plan, some idea. Sagar, can you explain the format of the tournament? Is there going to be one standings for both rapid and blitz? Yes, Vandan Soni, that's the thing. 2 points for a win in rapid, 1 point for a win in blitz, 18 rounds of blitz, 9 rounds of rapid. Points going to be added up because Saric is playing the rapid, Kasparov the blitz. They both points will be added because you know they are like a team. But rest all players will play both the events. Now Anand is moving very quickly. He played queen to c7. If he's given an opportunity, he may want to play knight a5. But I'm a bit worried about, or maybe he's also thinking of knight e5. You know, exchange. And then he has control over the e5 square. What about queen h4? I was thinking like this move because I want to put pressure here and I want to put pressure here. Maybe has Anand something in mind for this move. Also, like you can't go knight e5 now because, okay, you can, but then take. And don't you think bishop e5 is possible? Bishop e5, rook e5. There's rook d1 check. Oh, like look what I was thinking. Like take, rook takes, and I thought that now if I take the rook, then you will take this rook, but I have an intermediate check, king g2 and then queen takes e5, and I'm a piece up. Okay, so but Shak didn't go for queen h4, he played king g2, and look at Anand's speed of the next move, guys. I'm very surprised. He goes knight e7. What about playoffs? Vandan, there are no playoffs. It's just all play all. There's all play all, and then at the end of it, whoever scores more points wins. So there are no playoffs here. Oh, nobody really say expect 97 from Vishy. Bring a knight over. Yeah, knight e7 has been played. And now after knight e7, rook went to c2 and Anand quickly plays his queen to c6, pinning the knight. And guys, we are having a guest joining in us in the commentary. Amruta Mokal is here. Hello, Amruta. How are you?
I'm good.
Amruta,
Yes.
yeah, you are a guest at this event. And Amruta, while you are here, we have crossed 698.
That's a great thing. I'm here for 5 minutes. Just want to catch up what's happening in the position,
Vishy,
Sagar.
I think you cannot go in 5 minutes. You will have to go only after this match ends, like this game ends, because Anand is having a clearly better position against Mamedyarov. Count the number of pawns.
Wow. Seems like a pawn up.
Yes, Anand is pawn up and he's just pinned the knight right now. And so
Oh, wonderful. But isn't the f6 pawn slightly weak there?
Yes, it is, but it's an extra pawn, and now Anand chops it off. One of the things that I've really loved, Amruta, about Anand's play is the speed. He's not slowing down, he's 2 pawns up.
And I'm seeing if there is any counterplay for Mamedyarov, because he's that kind of a person. You know
Exactly.
that it doesn't matter if he's material down.
Yeah.
He's going to be a risky opponent.
Yeah, and look at what Mamedyarov is threatening now. He's threatening this pawn here and also the pawn on f7. Now, humanly, we want to save our pawn on f7 because it's closer to the king.
Correct.
But what does the engine suggest? Engine suggests play c4. Okay. And then if he takes here, then you go for rook d3 and launch a counter attack against this knight.
Oh, brilliant.
So even if you give a check, oh, sorry, there's no check. Queen is hanging. So, and now if you go back trying to defend this, then I can go knight g6 and everything is safe. But it's so difficult. It's so difficult
I agree.
to give up this pawn on f7, guys. This is not going to happen.
It's only that you have to be emotionless for some time.
Yeah, emotionless. But you know, Amruta, the main thing in this position is this knight on f3, which is pinned.
That kind of a pin is always very irritating, right, for the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, you have to see that if he takes here, this is hanging, and you would really love to play rook d3 right now, but then rook c5, you lose a pawn. So the right moves are all about saving this pawn. Knight f5, c4, both would do really well.
And if you play a move like king g8, it should be very passive, or even knight g6.
Yeah, but then you
after
lose
rook
this
c5.
pawn, right? Like, it's not lost. I mean, it's
still in control.
black is better, but he loses some advantage.
Right.
But this is the natural move. But Anand now taking his time. Anand is now taking his time over here.
But Sagar, you can see the good thing is, even if you play a passive move like king g8, you're still retaining the advantage, which means the position is really good for black.
Absolutely, absolutely. Amay sends a super chat. Thank you so much for explaining all these games. I reached 1900 on chess.com because of your instructional videos. Wow. That is so good to know, Amay. And congratulations for you reaching 1900. It's not an easy feat to reach there. And I believe that you can, soon play in some tournaments over the board. By the way, Amruta, Anand has played your move king g8, which maybe not the best, but is the most human move, guys.
Yeah.
Human beings cannot play a move like c4 without,
Being emotionless.
without being emotionless. And now,
I mean, a rapid game, so you can't really risk weakening your king. One more point which we must remember by Anish, that is, if your king is weak, it is difficult to play in time pressure there. So maybe with all these choices, he's decided it.
yeah.
Yeah. And what is going on right now? Did he play rook c5?
Someone is saying that Nepo mouse slipped. So very
Oh.
quickly, let me check if he really mouse slipped. Oh, yes, it seems like it.
What?
So what happened here was Nepo rook c4 was played, e5, and now Grischuk, it seems like mouse slipped, not Nepo. No. Wait.
No, after rook a4, maybe he didn't.
So this was the position he took king d3, rook a4, e5, bishop c5. No, there's no mouse slip as such. I think Nepo is winning again. Nepo is in great form, Amruta. He's leading the tournament. Oh,
What? Nepo brain slip, mouse slip in OTB. Oh, oh my God. I can't believe it. I mean, amazing. Chat is amazing. How serious you were. Nepo mouse slip. Maybe this is the mouse slip. Maybe
who was that guy who fooled me?
you must find him, and you are under arrest.
Yeah, I mean, I was so used to mouse slips as a part of chess that I forgot that over the board chess has no mouse. Oh.
That was funny. That was really, really funny. I like how they, they're able to control you.
But okay, guys, very quickly, let's come back to Anand's game and save me from the embarrassment of having said about the mouse slip. Mamedyarov rightly assessed that he shouldn't be taking with the rook here and taking with the queen, offering a queen trade, because then he would be just one pawn down with his active rook. So Anand defended his queen, and now Anand is ready to go into this endgame, which I believe is maybe around some chances for black, but it should be very difficult to win this.
Yeah, not easy, but definitely Anand will push, so don't know.
हाँ yeah नींद थोड़ी कम हो गई है, like feeling a little sleepy, guys.
Yeah,
So
and Sagar trying to be very serious suddenly for this game. But no matter what, that joke was hilarious.
yeah I agree.
You-
I agree.
You fell for it.
I fell easily for it, and guys, please don't set such traps,
Acha, but guys, please do set such traps.
Queen takes c6 has been taken by Mamedyarov. Anand takes
C6,
with
of
the rook.
course. I think they'll exchange.
Yeah, he'll take. He
Takes,
took.
takes.
Knight takes. No, it's still here.
I
Yeah.
think in the knight end games, because normally f5 might
Oh.
happen. Knight end game.
Amruta, he's exchanging even the knights.
Oh, if you go f5 here, the point is you lose the rook pawn after knight c6, bishop b2, there is knight a7, and you don't have that advantage.
Yeah.
So no time for f5.
So that's the reason why maybe knight d4, bishop d4, and how about a6?
Right. And then you're threatening a king pawn endgame after f5.
Yeah. But here, white has a very cool move, guys. What should white play here? Let's see how many of you can quickly find this move here. It's a very interesting move. Meanwhile, to all the people who are joining in, our aim for today is to reach 699k. We have reached 698 today. So thank you all. That's a wonderful thing. And the subscriber count is here, so it will constantly keep getting updated. Let me see. What are the answers here in this position?
There is h4, there is
Oh,
a4,
but
there is king
Amruta-
f3, there is g4 and f4.
Yes, G4 has been found by Belligerent 07. Very nice. Subramanian R, Fashion Johari, Siddharth Gupta.
Dynamic Chess, Vraj Patel, Aditya Bharadwaj, Shivam Agarwal, Dominici Derbos, Gaurish Baliga. Wow, I think many people found it.
So the thing is, f5 is what Anand wants to do. So king f3 is possible, but then you would play f5 and you don't want to exchange the bishops being pawned down. So g4. And now the point is that if you play f5, I can take, king takes, gf, ef, and Amruta, this pawn endgame has to be assessed actually.
Yeah, this doesn't seem very easy.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw, but you have to calculate it. But Anand steered away from all such things. He played his knight to b4. He didn't exchange the knights. He attacked the pawn here, and Mamedyarov went knight b5, attacking the pawn on a7.
a6.
And
Oh,
Anand
he
played
went
a5.
Quite committal there.
Yeah.
Do you want to go bishop c3 with the idea of a3, push the knight away? The knight will have to go back to c6. That's an option there.
Or maybe start with a3.
Yeah, but then knight d5, which is also okay.
Yeah, I like Amruta's bishop c3 move, because see, if knight a2 it happened in the game. If knight a2, then bishop a5, and it should be a draw.
Yeah.
Should be a draw because all the pawns have been exchanged from one side. So here it is in Anand's interest to keep pawns on both sides of the board, because then he can have some winning chances. But Mamedyarov wants to exchange all the pawns, so
Hey, but the question is, can you go f5? Oh, yes, that's what Anand answered. You can.
yeah, Anand has played.
Because g4 is not there, right? So black should take the advantage. Now it's a question to the bishop. Do you want to exchange? Do you want to go back? Oh, he exchanged. He went for an imbalance. Bishop versus knight.
Yeah. And also, Amruta, now this pawn is not very weak, because you can always play bishop f8 and support it. And it's not easy to exchange
Correct.
this pawn because there's b3.
So maybe this is the best chance for, for converting this endgame. So king f3, yeah, one more important thing is white has really an active king there. Black has to do something. Bishop f8. And now king g7, king f6, king e5. That's how you want to go. Yeah.
So Anand still has some practical chances here in this position.
Sagar,
Yeah.
there's a big problem. Yeah, the king comes to look how many moves, 1 and 2, okay, to attack this, and 1 and 2. So 4 moves and I can take your pawn. And your king cannot reach there to support. So 4 moves. So that's why I think Anand's move is trying to counter attack here, but I'm not sure if he's going to have enough.
Yeah.
Look, the knight has started the route. In fact, knight a6 is going to be with the tempo. This is no chance. I think
This seems like drawish because now Vishy has to be slightly careful. Let's say I go king g7, knight a6,
be
bishop
risky.
d6, king d3, right?
Yeah.
King f6,
King
king
c4.
c4, and then all of a sudden you are losing your pawn. Then
Correct.
white will have an outside passer.
King e5
But Amrita,
or king,
let's say
okay,
king g5
knight b4.
takes-
Don't take the b4, of course. King g4, a4. It's going to be complicated.
yeah, I stop the
Bishop
pawn,
c1,
and now I'm threatening to go with my king in.
so if I go king b5, so after a5, can I say that black might be winning after bishop a5?
Yeah. This is winning because
Wow.
the point is that my king will round up these pawns, and I'll have 4 pawns against the knight, which might not be easy to hold.
Wow.
Okay, by the way, Amrita, king d3 has happened in the game. Guys, engines suggest that this position is drawn, but humanly, Anand can still try to, get from his king here, sacrifice his bishop for the a pawn eventually, and try to round up the pawns.
Right.
Guys, now no more mouse slip and internet disconnection jokes. Okay, I am not such a big fool that I'll get...
Not such a big fool.
Yeah.
That's a very, risky statement.
Okay. By the way, Amrita, Yan won his game against Grischuk here.
Yeah.
The final position was something like this. Totally winning for Yan. And Anish Giri against Anton Korobov is better for Anish. And he is pawn up. But as we know, in these top level encounters, guys, pawn up positions are very difficult to convert. The reason is the following. In simple terms, I can say that they are masters of their craft, right? So if they see that the opponent is getting an advantage, they immediately put on the brakes and try to figure out how best they can get counterplay. And that is the reason why it's very, very difficult to beat these players when you are even a pawn up, because they instantly understand. While many times when we are playing chess, we lose a pawn, we are like, okay, what's happening? Then we lose another pawn and it goes downhill. By the way, Amrita, what we had discussed is happening on the board.
Oh my God. Wow.
Do you think that he will go h3 or f3 to stop the king from
But
invading?
then you go f4. If he goes h3, let's try, because it's a possibility. F4, you want a breakthrough.
Yes, Amrita. You are in good form today.
Oh,
Yeah. Because you saw a lot of tactics with Biswa.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. That's why you are
I
seeing.
should thank Biswa.
Biswa may not improve, but you will.
Why? Biswa will
Okay,
improve.
Biswa will also improve, but.
Yeah.
Okay, king g5 and Amrita here, knight takes b4, king g4. Wow, our variation has completely happened on the board. a4, and now will Vishy play bishop c7, stopping this pawn? This is a very interesting endgame. Yes, he
Yeah,
plays
bishop
it.
c7. So is it going forcing right now? Like king f3 is the threat. Maybe what white will try to do is take
Yeah.
his knight to defend. But you are going to king h3 or king f3?
I think king f3 may be better. because that's more close, and then I can round up the other pawns. Like if I go here, then I can come like this and
Because you have e5, you can start with the passed pawn, but of course, again, it's very close to the knight, whereas the rook pawns, as we know, are dangerous. So
yeah.
it's a good question there. Mm.
Okay, so bishop c7. Mohit Mohan says, what is the time delay between the moves on the physical board and what we are seeing here? I don't think there is any delay. There's no delay, I believe. It's real time, but maybe sometimes, you know, to relay it might take couple of seconds. I don't think they've kept any delay as far as I know.
Okay, so bishop c7. What?
Oh, Amruta, it happened king
Exactly.
d5.
So what I'm telling you, Sagar, is we really need to be focused on the end game. King f3. Will he go a5?
No,
a5 is a mistake.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
there has
A5
to
is
be
a mistake.
better move.
King
With-
c6. King c6. Attack the bishop.
Okay, so if you go king c6, what after bishop d8? Because what I thought,
King
after
d7.
king d7, now you go bishop. Oh, for bishop a5, there is knight
c6.
c6, and now bishop b6, you have a5.
No, now knight e5 check.
And then you attack with c4.
No, take on f7. Then you also round up
but
the
if
pawns.
you go knight c4, what about my bishop? It can no more control this a5.
But it
business.
can control a7. No, so go bd4. So the pawn can anyway be
Are you
taken.
not worried about this? And then this? And then this?
Yeah, but e5. I mean, you might not be in time.
e4, king c7,
e3.
e3, knight b6.
Yeah, e2. And I queen before you.
And you queen first. Oh, wow. Yet, of course, I mean...
No, this
your
queen
king is
e7.
close.
Queen e7 and I win.
Cheek. This is cool. This is cool.
So
what happened
Oh, he
was he
went-
played bishop a5 and Mamedyarov played knight d3 here. Knight d3.
okay. So Mamedyarov's knight wants to
Yeah, this one. He wants to go here. And right now this is protected. So that's another move. I think...
how about bishop c3 stopping knight e5, also keeping an eye on the a5 pawn to not promote.
Yeah.
But Amruta, after let's say bishop c3,
Okay.
king b5, I want to get my pawn rolling. King,
So e5 or king e2 first.
yeah, e5 is an option. King e2, king g2, too many options.
Quite complicated, right?
Yeah.
So what has happened in the game? Let's go with the game. Because king e2, he played knight.
No, this is not this has happened.
Yeah,
Knight
knight
e5.
e5. And now king f2, he played knight f7. This is the position on the board.
Yeah.
For such a complicated position, Mamedyarov has only 1 minute and Anand has 4 minutes, which is a very good news there.
King d6 has been played.
Okay, so I think white will be successful
Yeah.
in capturing
Maybe
these
draw.
pawns and black will be successful capturing these pawns.
King h2, king e6 if you make those moves.
Yeah. King g3,
King g3, king f5. Yeah, that's happened. It's happening. It's happening. And now this is the board position right now on the board. And well, the knight will give itself up for this h pawn. The bishop will give itself up for the a pawn. And
So that's going to be a draw, yeah?
yeah, it's going to be draw. But very, very exciting game, Amruta. Vishy was very, very close to winning actually.
Exactly.
Today against Mamedyarov, but just fell a little short there.
Even in the end game, he really had good chances if Mamedyarov would have slipped anyway. But Mamedyarov was very alert.
Yeah, that's the thing about these top players. One pawn advantage is not enough. Rarely enough. h5, knight g5, h4, knight e4, king g2. Oh, Amruta, is he still trying? Oh, Anand is still trying. Anand is
King
telling,
g4.
I'll take
No,
your
no,
knight. I'll take what?
King
What?
g4.
King g4, bg5?
Ah, no, sorry. So what do you do now?
Uh-huh.
G5 is a threat.
Yeah.
E5,
A5
bishop G5.
or knight e6, h3,
H3.
knight f4, and then pick this up. So knight e6 may be best.
Ah, he played 96, right.
Yeah.
Very alert. Yeah, it's a draw. Jyotilal Sharma says, by the way, you can't offer draws in this tournament.
His name is Jyotinjay.
Okay. Sorry. I just speed read it. Sorry.
Knight f4. Bishop c7. Knight e2. Yeah, I don't know if you can't offer a draw. I mean, is it completely disallowed to offer draw?
This game will prove it. If they'll end up in king versus king, then yes. 92 is gone.
Guys, you cannot flag because there's 10-second increment. So there's no way to flag your opponent. Oh,
Yeah, that's happened on the board.
So there's no draw offer allowed.
Kushal Balera says draw with black pieces after applying pressure on Mamedyarov means Vishy in good form.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And also, in the next round, he's playing white with Anton Korobov. And I think he has good chances, especially because I think Anish Giri might be able to, beat Korobov. Korobov might be a little bit low on form, like feel a little low. What has happened? Oh, he played King G2.
Oh,
Now A5. Yes.
What? No, Rakshit congratulated Soham on doing well in national schools.
Soham, what did you do in national schools? How many points? Guys, Soham is one of the regular viewers. He's also a very strong player. He's close to 2200, maybe about 2200 ELO. Very good player from Jammu Kashmir. Now knight g6. Yeah, that's over. Then pick this up. Oh, it was knight h3. 5.
Nice. Why didn't he?
Maybe they just repeated.
Okay. Chris says Amrita reads in bullet mode and Sagar reads in classical mode. That's a good joke. Someone says I didn't do well. I scored 6.5 out of 9. Finished 10th.
Okay.
So yeah, that
guys,
sound decent though.
It's a draw. Let's have a look at quickly what happened with Anish Giri's game, because he won his game. So we had left it off at this point, which was rook e8, c4.
Oh, he converted this pawn up, yeah?
Yeah, he should have gone rook e1 there, but he went c4. And now after bishop e4, queen a3, bishop b4. Very classy move.
Wow, look at that. If you take, then that's the deflection there. Amazing.
So queen e3, c5, another attack on the bishop. Bishop d2. Look at this bishop, like a...
Exactly, it's like that arrow.
Yeah, if you take once again queen f3, so you went queen e2, bishop c6, now attacking the queen. It's a game of deflections.
Look at the bishops, the way they are moving. It really amazing.
Yeah.
What Anish.
And the thing is, now these two bishops, they control so many critical squares that this rook cannot be activated. And Anish now goes h5. I think he showed good endgame technique.
Anish is very good at, starting in this h5 and a5 at the very right time.
Yeah, and this is his first win of this event, which is very good news for him, because that means that he will have now the momentum flowing for him. In fact, after taking the vaccine, this is his first win.
Really?
Yeah, first win after having the vaccine. And this is how he won. We have a draw between Van Foreest and Ivan Saric. We have MVL beating Duda. We'll check that. Nepo beating Grischuk and Anand beating Mamedyarov. Let's quickly look at the standings here on the screen. So the standings here are Nepo at the top with 7 points, MVL with 5, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 4, and Anish Giri on 4, Anand on 4, Ivan Saric on 4, Grischuk 3, Duda 3, Van Foreest 3, and Korobov 3. So Kasparov will play in the blitz.
Nikunja's next match with Anton Konsabov.
Anton Korobov, yeah. What Anish tweeted something?
I checked, but I don't think Anish has tweeted. I mean, he had tweeted 2 days back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not tweeted.
So you want to take some rest or something?
No.
You tired?
No, you can take rest.
Take rest.
Thanks for joining, Amruta. And also, guys, because you guys all subscribed and took it above
Oh, how much do we
698k.
have? 698. And how many likes do we have? Guys, 2.4k likes and 4,295
Let's
people.
make
at
it
least-
5k.
At least, yeah, right
5K?
now at least 1,000 immediately within 20 seconds we should have, right? Because there are so many people.
Guys, please do like the stream.
And 690,000 means at least 200 will not be subscribed.
Today we have a big
698, 290 at least we should get
what?
subscribers in the next 20
Another
seconds.
200 subscribers, you are saying.
In 20 seconds.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Big hopes. Big
20,
hopes.
no? Okay, in 2 minutes. Let's 2 minutes. That is not too much to ask for. First of all, Sagar Shah falls for jokes like mouse slip. Then you also try internet disconnection. Then there will be more to come. So, where do you get this entertainment?
Yeah. No, the thing is, today is a very, very positive day for chess. Overall, we have had Nihal winning in Serbia. We have had 2 GM norms happening in one day. Guys, remember, making a GM norm is not easy. I remember I've made 2 GM norms in my life, and both these days are like vivid in my memory. It's like one of those days where you get a raise or a promotion in your office. It's such a nice day for a chess player, and it's the highest kind of a promotion in chess. You need to get it 3 times in general to become like 3 GM norms, and you have to cross 2500.
So what is the day you are saying today?
Hmm?
Today, what is the big
It's a
day?
good day because Pranav made a GM norm, Aditya
right.
Mittal made a GM norm, and also
Correct.
Nihal Sarin won the tournament.
Correct.
Vishy Anand is playing. We have Pragnananda who got his visa. So, overall things looking good.
Exactly.
And for Prag to get the visa, as we saw from Ramesh's tweets, so many people worked hard. AICF worked hard. Vishy Anand, Aruna Anand worked hard. Srinath Manu Gurtu worked hard. Then there was also
an article by Chess Biz India as well.
yes,
I think even,
there was Prachura who worked hard.
hard.
Bharat Singh, Venkat Ramaraja, so from Ramco, who's Prag sponsors. So a lot of people worked.
And all of you who retweeted.
Yeah.
So it was a great thing. So Sagar, there's a question to you. Hiren Bajaj asked, Sagar sir, I have a question. My chessing style is to exchange pieces really early, which I am trying to improve upon watching Chess Biz India. So any views on my exchanging personality?
Yeah, generally, if you have some traits, you try to understand why you are exchanging. Many times we understand what is going wrong, but more important is to understand why. Why do you exchange? Because maybe you are afraid of certain things. Maybe you are afraid of the power of the complications. Yeah, like I used to feel very afraid if the queens were on board, and I would quickly go and exchange the queens, and I'll feel like, oof, now I won't get mated. But I will not be able to mate my opponent also, right? So in a way, chess is all about overcoming your fears. So if you have certain problems in general, try to work on the why of those questions rather than just saying, oh, I have this problem. Maybe it's just the fear. So next time when you start to get that feeling, like your brain starts to tell you, oh, exchange, and your hands start getting numb, you start getting that sweat, just tell yourself, okay, I'm going to be calm and I'll figure a way out of this, and don't exchange.
Wow, that's a good answer there. Karthik Dogra says, sir, I have sent an email regarding COVID by the name Karthik Dogra. If anything can be done, please guide. We will check it out for sure. Okay, Himanshu says, please watch MVL's game versus Duda. Endgame has to be played like a boss, can't blunder.
Okay, let's see.
Rakshit says, studying for my BidStat exam with your commentary connected to speakers, tuning in every 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, very nice, Rakshit, and I hope that you do well in your exams. It's not easy to multitask, but if you can achieve it, that would be great.
Alright, guys, that was fun with all of you there. So, oh, there was one more super chat. 1 second. Sam Robert says, केलं बाई अमृता like तुम्ही सांगितलं म्हणून. Okay,
Thank you, Sam.
Sam Roberts का नाम पढ़ के can't think that the typing will be in Marathi. Very interesting.
Sandeep Roy says Nihal has also crossed 2615 live ratings. Yesterday itself, 2655 today, world number 88, India number 5. What a boy.
Okay, Sagar. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks Amruta for joining. Bye. Yes, Sudarshan, next time when Amruta is here, I'll tell her. So, MVL's game, this was what happened. G6 castles, BG7. Rugdi 1 castles. Now, can you tell me, white is slightly better here. Why is white slightly better in this position? Anyone can tell me why? What is the reason for white being slightly better in this position? Argon 10, do you think Nihal can cross 2700 soon? Could be, but it's always difficult, Argon. It's never easy to cross 2700 just like that. But Nihal is, of course, a special talent. World Cup World Cup tournaments are difficult to gain rating because there you have to play as per the needs of the match. So sometimes you have won a game, then you have to draw the next one. So it's not easy to gain points. Bishop pair, exactly. So all of you who said bishop pair, you are right. These two bishops and black has only one. Also slight space in the center. A4 is a very typical idea here. You want to gain more space with A4, A5, A6. So what should black play in this position? Whenever A4 is played, like, in such situations, what should black play? Alvi Mahathir, thank you so much. Yes. Ahan Nawab, Kush Jain, Chesar Sarthak, Chinmay Mishra, Godfrey Opa, Vinayak Gupta, Akash Chaudhary, Vivek Raut, Naisha Kapadia. Yes, you put your pawn on A5 and you stop the white pawn from moving further down. So C3, Queen to C7, and now H4 by MVL, H5, Bishop C4, E5. You don't want to be taking here because if you take, Knight E5 would attack the Queen and the Bishop. So he played Bishop G5, Rook E8, D5, E4, typical move here, Queen E2, CD. It seems like Duda was doing pretty well. Take, Knight E4, Bishop H4. And now here there was a tactic. Wow. Ooh. Guys, black to play. What would you play here? Black missed this tactic. Can you find it? This is sometimes top players miss some not so difficult moves. But of course they don't know that the tactic exists. Here you know. So black to play. No, you can't play F5. All those who are saying F5 because there is a pin here. So be careful. Chat, can you tell me what happened in the last round of Pranav? Because he was a pawn down in Serbia. I was following the game, but then the commentary started and I couldn't follow it anymore. So what happened in his game? Let's look at the moves. Wow, bishop f2. Such a huge number of people have suggested this move, and that is the right move in the position. Excellent job, guys. Paras Bhoir, Abhishek Abi, Swaminathan Ramados, Dipra Haldar, Ashton Boas, Hira Prem Kumar, Davis Nicholas, Lakshay Kumar, SSMB, and Shaurya Savlani. You are absolutely right. Bishop takes f2 is the move. Now notice you can't take with the queen because rook e4. You can't take with the knight because the queen hangs. And if king f2, what's the move? What's the move? What's the move? Prashant Kumar says, Sagar, your energy seems low. No, I'm conserving for the next game. You know, you can't keep up the energy like throughout. So I try to kind of pace it a bit. But yes, queen f4 check is the correct move. You give a check and then the e4 knight falls. So bishop f2 was missed. He went in this position after bishop b3, not bishop f2. He played, or did he play it? Oh, he played it. King h1. Oh, he played it. Bishop h4, queen f3. So then how did he lose? Knight d6, rook e7, queen f4. Oh, nasty tactics by MVL. MVL is so smart. So smart. Look at this. See, MVL, I know he's just tremendous in tactics. He's attacking the bishop here. Okay. Now you can save the bishop actually. Bishop f6. Then he goes rook f1. Bishop e5. And now he finds the only move here to keep himself in the game. Check. Takes. Check. King h7. Check. King g8. And of course Duda wants to always win. He could have drawn, I believe, by playing here, here, here. But he went here. Rook f5. Now threatening all sorts of things. Bishop g7. Rook f1. Putting pressure here. Knight c4. Bishop c2. Ooh, nasty. Nasty attack. Avan Jain, thank you for your information. Pranav lost to Kirill Shevchenko. Yeah. Kirill is a strong player. Knight e3 turned out to be a mistake. In fact, the best move was rook f e8, but not an easy move to find. It was about giving a square to the rook. Knight e3. How does white win here? There's only one move to win. Let me see how many people can find it. Not easy. Not easy. Not easy. Not easy. Yeah, I was thinking about asking Nihal as to why he took a draw in the last round. Like, why did he draw his game? Forgot to ask him because he was totally winning against Fedosiev. Played brilliantly. Okay, let me see what are the answers that have been suggested in the chat. Wow. That is right. Savita Chess, Apurva Kamble, Olivia Datta, Indrajit Forever, Paras Bhoir, SSMB, Himanshu Khandekar, Ajin George, Pramod Giri, and Sarthak Jain. The right move is over here. Rook to c5. Brilliant. Unleashing an attack on the queen. Threatening a mate in one. Some of you even mentioned rook f7, but guys, that doesn't work because after rook f7, you give a check, king has a square on f8. So rook c5, knight c2, rook c7, rook c7, and now he has, this knight is trapped. So he will have a rook for a rook and a rook bishop for a queen, which may not be enough. Knight b4, takes, queen g4, queen b4. Okay, here. Oh, he blundered or what? Oh, he blundered. He blundered. Queen f4. He should have just played, let's say, a5 or something. He just played this and now this. He had to give. Oh my god. MVL blundered. Now rook c4, b3, rook b4. Okay, this looks drawish. This looks like very good chance of a draw. King g6, correct. King f2, f5, makes sense. King rook g4 he played. g3, king g5. Suddenly it's winning. You see, rook endgames are so tricky. Maybe the right defense was king f6 coming from this side. Played it here. Oh, rook e3. Oh, rook e3 is a mistake. The right move was king c3. He went rook e3. And now after rook takes e3, you would never ever imagine going into a pawn endgame here because you're a pawn down. King g4. Oh, he didn't play it, right? Or did he? Rook e3. He played it. He played it. He lost this. It's a draw. King f2, f4, correct. Take, take. King e2, king here. King d2, king d4. Oh my god, he blundered such a basic. Guys, black to play. What do you play here? What black to play? It's not easy. It's not easy. I thought like it should be basic, but Gajanan Joshi says give some introduction of Anton Korobov. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. This is very tricky endgame, guys. The thing is, where do you put your king? Or do you move your pawn? It's very tricky. So king e4 does not work because king c3 and the king starts to enter. But, you think in your mind that if the white king will come to c3, I want to take opposition. I want to be on c5. So that's why you think of king d5. Let me see what are the moves that are suggested by the chat here. b6, king c5, b5 and king d5. Correct. These are actually the main moves. But b6 unfortunately loses to king d2. And now if you go here, I'll go here. If you go d5, I'll go king d3. So you'll run out of moves. King c5, king c3. And now b6. And now you have to lose the opposition because if you go b4, I go king c6. And after king c4, very important move, black to play. It's a typical pawn sacrifice. Black to play. Yes, yes. B5. Well done, guys. Look at the number of people who have answered B5. Huge. Huge. 100 people have answered B5 very quickly. Well done, guys. Very happy to see so many people taking part actually in trying to learn and improve because after AB5, king B6. Next move, you move your king. I take on B5. It's a draw. We have Soumya Ranjan Mishra who says, sorry to deviate from topic, but I love this look, Sagar bhai. Looking super cute and much, much younger. Keep smiling and keep teaching us. You see, I had once read this book, Diary of the Wimpy Kid. And in that, he had said, like, this book was supposed to be very, very funny. I liked it, basically. It's a diary of a kid who is very, like, rebel. Is kind of a rebel and, he writes such stuff. So he says in that, never ever keep your home clean. Okay, just keep it as dirty as possible. So that what will happen is that you will lower the expectations of your mom so much that when you will then do something like very little, like you will just pick up a glass and put it in the kitchen, she'll be like, oh my god, my son has done this, and so on. So it's same way, like I tried to look so bad, like with all the beard and everything. Then when I shaved it, I didn't do anything. We were like, whoa, Sagar bhai looking handsome and all of that. Okay, anyway, king d4, here king c6. I think the main point was to go to c5 and then do it, because it's a very important thing to learn here. If you go b6 first, it's like you reveal your cards too soon. b6 is a pawn push, correct? But you use it at the right time. It's again one of these things where you play your cards right. So there was this one post which I wrote, and maybe, guys, should I tell you this story or you want chess analysis? Like, then you'll remember this pawn push with the story. What do you want to do? जोर जोर से बोलकर स्क्रीन सब करेगा. As usual, Sagar's analogy. No, this, by the way, this analogy is great. Okay, this one you'll like. Okay, so the thing is, okay, let's go for the story. So there's a friend of mine. We go out and he says like, can you give me the pictures, that we clicked. Usually it happens. One guy clicks all the pictures and then everyone's asking for it. And then you are like busy in your life and you're like, oh, ye din to khatam ho gaya. Abhi now the vacation is over. We are in day-to-day work. So you forget. Then after a week, you remember. You're like, oh my God, I have to give the pictures. And that person was asking me from such a long time. Now, if at this point, you tell the person, like, what, there are two things. You can send the pictures and then call the person. Okay. When he'll be very angry at you. Okay. He'll be like, kya yaar, photo nahi bheja, you didn't send the pictures. Or you can actually call the person and say, hey, I'm sorry, I forgot the picture. But you have not sent the picture. So he's not got what he wants. Okay. And so then you tell, like, I'm sorry. And then he'll be like, okay, but when at least send the pics now. You're like, but now you leave your anger and all and everything. You're like, okay, fine, I'll leave my anger. And then you send the pictures. And then suddenly what happened is you change the move order. So you want to play king c5 and b6. Okay. But if you play b6 first, it's like sending the pictures first. Then you are lost. King d2. But if you start with king c5, it's like calling the person. He'll be like, king d3. Like, will you leave your anger? Says, no, I won't leave. Okay, then I won't send the pictures. Then it's a draw. Will you leave your anger? He's like, okay, I'll leave my anger. Okay, fine. Then I'll give you the pictures. Here. Oh, by the way, not king d5, king b4 is important. And now after this, a very important move here, b5 and take. Okay. Oh, game started. So, by the way, this was king d5 was a big blunder because after king d3, he also blundered, by the way. He should have gone king c3 and then after b6, he gets the opposition because after king d3, here king c5, king here, and now he should have played b6. This was the right moment, but he went back, king c4, b6, and now not b4 because b5 would draw. He goes king b4, king c7, a5, and he lost this game. Okay, going back now. Someone in the chat is like, I'm a photographer. Oh, by the way, so many moves have happened. So many moves. Okay. Vishy Anand is playing against Anton Korobov. Now, Anton Korobov is a very, very, how would I say, an active player. He is an aggressive player, but he's also a positional kind of a player. He likes to attack, but always active. And I remember he came to India. He had a rating of 2700 plus. Right now, his rapid rating is 2781. So he's really one of the best when it comes to shorter formats. But in classical chess, his rating is much lower. So he plays the French defense. Now Vishy goes knight c3, the classical variation, knight f6, e5, knight d7, f4. So at the top level, it seems like this is the way in which they respond with e5 and f4, not with this bishop g5 lines. It seems, I mean, everyone's just playing e5, knight d7, f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3. Guys, take my analogies for chess position. Like next time when you have, don't push your pawn. Don't take these analogies for life lessons, then you will fail in life. Queen d2, castles, and now very important, yeah. So this is something which you all should know. If you long castle here, this is not a good move because of a very specific reason. Let me see if you can find it. White to play. This is not a good move. Sorry, black to play. Sometimes I just say white to play and black to play without thinking. Shashwat Arun Par. Okay, I'll read out the names, but yeah, you guys are right. Nice. So strong, so strong. I love this. I love the fact that you guys are able to figure out these little nuances. Olivia Datta, Paras Boyer, Shashwat Arun, Ishprit Singh, Satwik Dubey, Ayush Patel, Harsh Mathe, Priyank Gupta, Santosh S, and Himanshu Khandekar. You are absolutely right. You push the pawn to c4, and now the king is trapped on this side, and so b5, b4 will come very quickly, and black will be having a strong attack. So therefore Anand first took. Now whenever you want to long castle, first take on c5 and then long castle. And meanwhile, as we are speaking here, we have a guest who is joining us in over here. Let me see if I can get him on the screen. Hello? Guys, that is Pranav there. Pranav's father, Venkatesh. You can see him.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. You can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Pranav,
Okay.
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Pranav, you become an IM. You
Yeah.
crossed 2400. You made a GM norm. What was happening? You played amazing.
Yeah.
A very good tournament for us, actually.
Hmm.
Thanks to you, ChessBase India subscribers, and I would like to thank my coach. Pranav's coach, Vishweshwaran sir here, and Kailash Nathan sir from Microsense. You in particularly. A lot of motivation from all subscribers and viewers from ChessBase India. So it just happened. I mean, it's a dream come true moment for us now.
This would be the
There was
best
a lot of
tournament, no? This best tournament of his life until now, or has he played better
Correct.
than this?
This is the best tournament, I would say.
But Venkatesh, can you come in the frame a bit? You are only half seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about the excitement before reaching to the tournament here, because I think you had some flight issues and everything. What happened?
Yeah. Initially, we booked a ticket which was via Abu Dhabi, and for our good or bad time, there was a ban for Indians to travel via Abu Dhabi, and we had to rebook it via Amsterdam. And that's when we took your help. You guided us to one of the your travel person. They guided us to take a ticket via Amsterdam, which would be visa requirement was not there at that moment. So yeah, then we took a flight to Mumbai, and from Mumbai we flew to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Belgrade.
Wow.
There was a lot of problems, but I think in life, after all the struggle comes the success, which is enjoyable. Actually, this is a moment which we were all waiting for.
Yeah, true. 1 second. I'll just fix my battery. It just died out.
Yeah.
I have to just give me a second.
Sure.
Uh, yeah, so just this entire event, Pranav, did you think that you will be able to finish your norms once? When did you feel like you're playing better in this tournament? Did you
Yeah,
feel something like that?
yeah. After beating I think in round 4 I beat Pernovic Milos at 25-67 GM. And I was like, okay, I'm playing a little bit better.
And
Yeah,
then you beat so many strong players. In fact, Aydin Suleimanli. Even yesterday, your draw against Eltat Safarli was very intense game, very complicated.
yeah, yeah.
So overall, do you think that your work in this lockdown and you not playing tournaments for so long helped you here, or how was it?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I played a little bit. Yeah, I played better, but I could have played better in the last round actually.
Hmm.
Yeah. So,
But you had got your GM norm, so you were a little bit more relaxed, no, at that point.
yeah, no, not like that, but yeah, actually, I could have played the last game better because it was actually equal in the end game, but I didn't have any time. So, some mistakes happen.
Hmm. Hmm.
I would love to finish better in the end actually.
Right. So you have one more tournament coming up, right? Two more actually.
Yeah, next one is the Paras in GM.
Parasin GM,
Open. Yeah,
Parasin Open, and then you will
yeah,
play one more. Which one is it,
yeah,
Venkatesh?
it's all
Orbis.
GM.
Orbis GM. And
Yeah.
then, so two more events. And if
Yeah,
Pranav does well in both of them, who knows? We will have him back as a GM. I told Aditya Mittal the same. He made his first GM norm. He has two,
Yeah.
three more events to play. Also Pranav. So we never
yeah,
know what could
Yeah.
happen.
Never know. Never know. We never thought we'll be in Belgrade, but we are, and we never thought GM Norm in the first tournament we have. So yeah, possibilities are there.
Uh, you
We'll
know,
try to give our best.
how nervous were you, Venkatesh? Because I know you as a parent, you are always sitting there with tension, following the games. Were you
Hey,
nervous?
no, this time it was the other way around. I was not at all nervous. After the first 4 rounds, it was like it was flowing smooth, and I did not want to disturb his flow. I wanted to whatever butterflies were there in my stomach that was in the stomach. It did not come outside. So yeah, I had few butterflies, but it was normal. Not like I've become mature, Sagar. Now I have I've been I've become experienced now.
It's very interesting to hear these words from a chess parent where they say, I've become matured, but like as a chess dad, yeah, you've become
Yeah,
matured.
correct. Yeah.
Very, very nice. And I think big hearty congratulations. I know that it was a big struggle for you guys to reach here. A lot of questions, lot of doubts whether to go or not to go. But
Mhm.
finally, you did decide, and it has worked out brilliantly. Would you celebrate tonight?
We are actually traveling now. There's a bus which is leaving to Paris in another 10-15 minutes. I'm not sure if the bus has come, but yeah, we'll have to go there. And yeah, celebration would happen only after we come to India. Everything is normal. How can we celebrate without you people?
Mhm.
So
What's your
yeah,
message to your wife and Pranav, to your mom? She usually is there with you, but this time she's not traveling.
we are missing her a lot actually. If she would have been here, I mean that pressure which you said would have been completely
Zero.
nilled out. Yeah, zero. Yeah, we are missing, and we wanted her also to be here, but yes, it's a happy time for us. So
Yeah, correct. And yeah, from the chat as well, big congratulations. They have been following each and every game of yours, the way you have been playing, and they have been very impressed with your play. In fact, everyone has been saying that they expected this performance from you, Pranav. because you play so well online. You've beaten players like Nakamura, you've beaten Vidit, all of them in blitz play. So they know you from your matches there. In fact, Chess Bra also congratulated you on your victory, because I think you are good friends with them, right?
Yeah, I've played them a lot actually. And, blitz or bullet, I mean, I've played most of my games with them. So
Acha.
yeah, it helped me actually. Playing GMs.
Daniel Norditsky also,
Yeah.
Eric Hansen, Aman, all these people he has played, and that has helped.
Yeah.
Oh, so good to know.
I think
So
we
good
can
to know.
say, yeah.
Very nice. I think this has been a very positive result, and I will wish you all the best for your next 2 events. Keep going,
Yeah, thank you.
and also don't miss your bus right now. So all the best, guys.
Yeah.
See you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sagar. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you, everyone. We will give our best in the next tournaments also. We'll meet you again. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
Bye.
Venkatesh. Thank you, Pranav. Bye. See you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, Sagar.
Bye. Guys, that was Pranav, who played brilliant chess and achieved his GM norm.
Sagar.
Live with
And he achieved his GM norm in this event. And he also became the latest IM of India. So I just thought that, you guys have been so instrumental in supporting this, that it would be wonderful to have him on the live stream. Also, Aditya Mittal achieved his GM norm here. Nihal Sarin won the tournament. This is Serbia Open 2021 that we are talking about. And now we are back to Vishy Anand's game. Chess Bra. I guess this. I didn't know that we were very good friends, but I saw Aman Hambleton's comment once, and then I realized, okay, they are good friends, and it's wonderful to see how they are connected. So knight c5, castles, b6 was played. Vishy goes h4. He is trying to start an attack, as you can already sense from his game against Jorden van Foreest. Vishy is a very... Okay, I want to keep this on and commentate. I don't know why, but maybe it will help me to commentate better. And I'll just feel someone is there on the other end, like you guys. So Vishy, he loves to attack overall. And he showed that in Jordan's game. He couldn't finish it very smoothly there, but he did win that game. Today, he goes h4 against Korobov. And the idea is to just soften up the king with h5, h6. So, h4, bishop b7, queen e1 has been played in this position. Queen e8, h5, knight e4, h6, g6, bishop b5, pinning the knight here. Interesting. Rook c8. In fact, he could have counter-pinned him like this. But here, there is a very strong move. Can you find it, guys? White to play. White to play. There's a strong move here. Also, all those who have supported Pranav, a big thanks to you. In case you have missed out and you would still like to support Pranav, then I've put a link of his GoFundMe page in the description here. So you guys can support him if you would like to, it will be useful to him in his journey. So that is something that I've put in. It's in the description. You can check it out. Yes, very good. Knight e4 is the correct move, because after bishop takes e1, there is knight f6 check, and you win the queen and then later the bishop. So the pin does not work. Remember, whenever it's not the king, it's not an absolute pin. You can always unpin yourself. Anshuman Dastidar, thank you for your huge super chat. Says your contribution and support to the sport is incredible and unmatchable, Sagar. More power to you. It's just this wonderful community, guys. I think chess in India is filled with great people, who have been always supporting each other, and there's so much support that has come to ChessBase India, and I think this entire channel has been built up by the players by them spending their time coming here, and I think it's only fair that everything goes back to the players. Sandeep Roy says it's very heartening to see how senior chess professionals in India are backing our youngsters through coaching, logistics, help, etc. The ecosystem has started resembling Russia 40 years ago. Yeah, Sandeep, actually, that is true. That is true. In fact, the best coaches in India were grandmasters at some point. They have been players, some IMs, some FMs. So they all are putting back the energy into the sport. Many of them have become officials, arbiters. So it's really very nice to see this. By the way, knight e4 by Anand, d4, and now he takes on c6. And here Korobov is thinking for his move. If he takes with the queen and threatens a mate on c2, then the knight goes to d4, attacking the queen and defending c2. So that would be Anand's idea here. Also notice, guys, how Anand actually pushed his h-pawn down the board and softened up the king a bit. You know, especially this f6 square. Always, a square which is not protected by a pawn could become a weakness. So after bishop b5, rook c8, I'm not sure if bishop b5 was the best move here. He could have played king b1 as one alternative. There was also knight b5 with the idea of knight d4. Bishop b5 wasn't the best. And Korobov could have also just played a6 and kicked away the bishop, but he played rook c8, knight e4, de. And now if you went knight d4, this would be a mistake. In fact, this is a great game to show that. I'll tell you what to show what, but once again, black to play. What do you do here? Black to play. Nimit Naman, great to know. Keep going. Yes, Kshitij Bajagian will see Anish's game as well here. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Look at this. You guys have cracked this right. You are absolutely correct. The move is knight d4. Paras Bhoir, Olivia, Ishpreet, Ashwin, Chess Master, Chess Hub, Sals, Abhimanyu, Pankaj, and Pratik Ghodke. The move is knight takes d4. And again, you give up your queen. So in this, twice we saw it. And now comes a very important move here. I hope you had spotted it. Knight takes c2. Not rook takes, because then rook takes, I just move the king away. Knight c2 attacks the queen, also the bishop. And there would be a discovered check here. And now this bishop is also hanging. So, okay, bishop takes c6 was played. Queen takes c6, and now knight d4 was played in the position. So Anand has around an equal position. We have one game that has already ended in a draw between Grischuk and Mamedyarov. Let's see what way they drew. This is symmetrical. Sab Musin. Oh, finally symmetry broken. They drew. Yeah. Okay. What about Anish? Oh, Anish is playing Jorden. And Jorden beat Anish in that Tata Steel. So he might be looking for a revenge here. It's the anti-Berlin that was played. Bishop c4. Knight d2, h6, b4, bishop d6, rook e1, h3, b5, knight a5, bishop e6, rook e6, queen c2, c4, rook e8, knight to b3, he took, a6, whoa, a6 he played, take, now bishop e3, bishop b4 has been played. So this is the position on the board, and right now Anish has some weaknesses in the position. You know, he can attack some weakness here, but at the same time black has some active ideas with the move e4 with his rook doubled up. So again, this position is kind of equal. D3 pawn is slightly weak. And okay, let's check what Anand is doing here. So queen c4 by Korobov, king b1 has been played. Rook f d8. I remember there was this famous game of Vidit versus Korobov from Kolkata Open, where Vidit was completely winning against Korobov. I was watching it, like I was there in the venue watching it. I was playing that tournament, and after my game I was seeing it, and Vidit seemed to be winning, and somehow Korobov escaped. It was unbelievable. I don't know if you can find that. So rook f d8 has been played, and now black has the bishop pair in the position. His queen is well positioned, but at the same time, if you look at the pawns, white has a queenside majority here. See, he has 3 pawns, black has only 2. That is because his pawns have been doubled. So in a long-term situation, here white is doing well. But to compensate this factor of a poor pawn structure, what black has are good bishops. So maybe bd5, putting pressure here. The bishop could come to b4. Many possibilities. Oh, by the way, b3 has been played by Vishy. And Vishy actually takes certain decisions which are so much filled with, there has to be so much responsibility when you push your pawn in front of your king. But he many times does it quite quickly because he understands with his experience when is the right time to push, when is it the right time not to push. So here he goes b3, queen to c3. Okay, now can we take the queen? Let's say, look at it. If rook takes queen, now our bishop is hanging. In order to save the bishop, we may have to go rook h e1. But if we go rook h e1, okay, one second. Look at this. Queen c3, rook c3. Now, if you play your d rook to e1, then rook takes e3, rook takes e3, and rook d4. You lose 2 pieces for a rook. Correct? So after queen c3, rook c3, you try to bring your other rook to e1, but then your h pawn is like crying in the corner. It's like, oh, what? So bishop f8, and then you lose this pawn. So actually for Anand, it's not so simple how to continue. That's why think about a move here that will solve your problem of the h6 weakness. What do you play here as white? White to play. Come on, think. I have made it easy for you with the problems. Akshat asks, why not bishop c1 here? It's possible, not a bad move, because if rook d4, you have queen c3, and then you lose the rook here. Yes, Madhav Mishra, nice. Pranav Kamesh, Sriranjani NR, you're right. Pranit Malhotra, Chirag Gupta, Dev N, Dhruv Garg, Pratik Godke. Yeah, all those who have mentioned g4 makes so much sense, right? Because after I take, and then you try to put your bishop here to attack this, I can just play g5 and just save everything, So g4 is a very logical move that Anand can play. And this is the position on the board right now after queen c3. Okay, let's quickly check what's up with Anish Giri. There was a question, why did Anish take the pawn on a6? But you mean here? ba6. Here, good question. You only give me the answer, guys. Why did Anish not take the pawn on a6? Any reason? Olivia Datta, you want to keep your queens on the board, but I was thinking bishop a3 might be problematic, right? In Anand game, you keep the queen on the board. Yeah, many of you want to play bishop b4 here, but I believe that e4 is an interesting idea. Unleashing the bishop on d6, creating the threat of bishop h2. So Suhas, Harsh, Datta, Abhishek, Aman, Kakashi, Tulja, Olivia Datta, Vishal Pai, Gokul Syria. Very interesting. So the move is here, which I thought was very interesting. Is e4. Okay, bishop b4, I think just take on e6 and then move the rook. Like, it's nothing. So e4, and let's say now you take d. Now I was wondering if you could give a check like this. And then king h2 and rook a6. And here, yes, I think white is exchanged down, but he has won couple of pawns also. So I think white is doing very well. Perhaps a very good idea here could have been knight e4, and maybe Anish didn't like this position where his rook could be hanging on a6 and there is threat of bishop h2 and the pieces are very active. So that's the reason why he did not play this. But it was a good, it was a plausible line which he might have thought for quite some time before deciding not to take it. And now we are reaching a position where take, here, something like this could happen. But Anish decides that after knight e4, he wants to keep the knights on the board. This is typical Anish. We know him that he loves to grind out small advantageous endgames. And here he is spotted that this is a weak pawn. Yes, his pawns are also slightly weak, but they are together, while these are isolated pawns. So he wants to put pressure on these pawns, maybe put a knight on a5 or c5. These are outposts there. And I believe that Anish has good chances here. Although the computers are not very excited about his position, I'm sure he is liking it because, he has many threats here. Maybe f3 in the position, then exchange one pair of rooks, jump with the knight on c5, attack this pawn. So, right now, rook b8. And now knight d4 is a very powerful move. Let's see. Guys, I think Anish is going to... Look at this. Attacking the rook. Rook has to go back. Now play f3. Attacking the knight. It has to move back. Then you take here. Knight has to be... you can take with the knight or you can take with the rook. Let's say you take with the rook. Then first you take with the knight. Let's just look at knight takes. I'll just defend my pawn with rook a4. I have everything solid. Knight c6 coming up. a6 is still weak. Take with the rook here. Then I can go c5. Knight b5. Knight c6, and this is weak. So both lines actually getting into trouble here. Knight d4. If Anish finds this, he should be clearly better. Meanwhile, let's quickly go to Vishy Anand's game. What is up here? Anand played the move that we all said. Olivia Datta had mentioned here queen e2, but I think after bishop a3 there is a problem here. Even if you go bishop c1, I can just take it, and then after rook takes, you lose the knight on d4. So that doesn't work. So g4 has been played in the position. Abhishek Das asks, why can't we see the join button from YouTube mobile app? Ooh, should be there. Should be there. Unless you are from a country where it's not allowed. But it should be there. Puneet Bhatia is a good question by you. By the way, Anand in this position, nothing much has happened. But if ever Korobov decides to take here, Vishy can get a small edge with all his pieces nicely positioned. Should be around equal. But maybe if someone is better, it's white. The question that he was asking here, Puneet, was that if here, why not play, you means here, and instead of rook a4, I think you were asking why not knight c6, correct? But then rook b6, and then I attack your knight, and how do you defend it? And then this is hanging. You may have to go knight e7, knight d5. It's possible. But then after rook c6, again under pressure, c5, it's also another way of playing. But Anish has found first move here, knight d4. Rook goes back. Now he must find f3. Iqbal Mustafa, we'll come back to this game. Anish is better here. Iqbal Mustafa's question here in Anand's game is, can you play bishop a3? The point is, Iqbal, that after bishop a3, I just take, you take, and now I play bishop c1. And ideally, I would love that one pair of bishops are exchanged. Remember, whenever opponent has the bishop pair, you want to get one bishop off the board, one colored bishop, so that the other bishop feels lonely. Now, this position, white can press, because you see, let's say if I try to attack like this pawn, then just knight e2, and this is a very typical thing. And suddenly this h6 pawn here starts to say, I'm going to checkmate, I'm going to be helpful in checkmating. So you see, it's not so simple. And by the way, Korobov makes a very interesting move. He plays a5. Korobov is like telling Vishy, you exchange. Vishy is saying, by the way, that's not the move. You exchange. Pehle up, pehle up. Who's going to first blink? That's the question. Aditya Gondalekar asks, what about knight g3 after f3? But Aditya, your knight is very poorly placed here. You see, in a way, it is being controlled by f5 square is controlled. So I can just go king f2. And now you don't have the e2 square, knight control. So you have to go to h5. Horrible. Like, I'll just take here. So that's the reason why you can't go there. So he played knight d6, which is the correct move. And now Anish is thinking, guys, all those who are tuning in, let's pump up that subscriber count to above 698, 200. You know, let's get it close to the 300 mark. Our aim is 699k today. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive because I know it's possible. It's possible. If the little kids there can make their GM norms, we can reach here. Anything is possible. No, I am eating a soup. It's basically in European culture, they say they eat a soup, while in India, they say I'm drinking a soup. But here there are a lot of vegetables in it, broccoli, baby corn, sweet corn. So it's a soup. Ankur Arora, get well soon, Amruta. Hope to see couple tomorrow. Yeah. For sure, Ankur. She's well. Her health is not bad. She was here, by the way, in that commentary, if you missed it. A5. Nice. Okay. What is the move that Vishy is going to play? It's like a standoff here between two queens. Does he push? Does he keep? Meanwhile, let's have a quick look at the leaders game. Duda versus Nepo. Oh, it's equal. Equal. He'll go and take this. He'll take this. It'll be a draw. 4 pawns. So Nepo will be slowed down a bit. Meanwhile, MVL here is under slight pressure against Ivan Saric, 4 pawns each, but black has, few more weaknesses. Could be that white could push, but oh, guys, I have a question here for you. Queen b3. Why is this a mistake? Okay. Point is, don't write the move. Write the theme. What is the theme of the what is the theme here? Abhishek Das, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian Chess. Thank you for becoming a member. We have had a lot of members today, around 4 to 5 members. So thank you all for becoming. Don't know the move. I know you know the move. Rhythm Bansal, not attraction. Dynamic chess. Your spelling is wrong, but okay, you know it. Harup Goindi. Yes, you are right. Chester Sarthak, you are right. Samik Maini, you are right. Tanish Dubey. Yes. Kumar Nandish, you are right. Kimaya Virle, Ashutosh Agarwal, Arush Vupa Gandla. Yeah, many of you have got it. Beautiful. Rook c8. It's known as deflection. Deflecting the defender. He takes, you win the queen. If he comes up with his king, you take on e4. And it's a mate. g6, queen e7. Queen f7, mate. Kumar PVP, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. I'll tell you exactly how many members do we have today. We had 7 new members today, so thank you all for becoming members. And also, we are moving towards 699k, which is our dream today, to reach the subscriber count. Meanwhile, Anish Giri, oh my god, they have reached the rook endgame. So he went first knight d4, rook was pushed back, f3, knight went back, then he played c5, okay, rook takes, knight b5, he played knight c6, rook a8, king f2, king f8, g4, improving the position, knight a7, he took, rook takes, and rook a1. And guys, although this looks very simple, it may not be. Oh, what is this move? Rook a8. Why rook a8? By the way, why did he play rook here? You want to attack. I think Anish would have played rook a4. And then he would have brought his king in and then attacked this pawn. Oh, that's the reason why he did it. Because what is this rook a8? It's now b5. Can Anish just push the pawn? You can't take it. Rook is hanging. Okay, it's possible to go a5. King e3. And then bring the king. Oh, this is getting nasty. This is getting nasty for Jorden. Quickly, let's move to Anand's game. Oh, look at this. Guys, ye dekho kya hua? a5, bishop c1. Suddenly, Korobov was like, no queen exchange. No queen exchange for me. I'm attacking your knight here. Very good move by Korobov. Brilliant move. Actually. Tremendous move. I must tell. The thing is, if you take here, queen c3, rook c3, and this is just winning. Also, if you take rook d1, you can just take queen c8, bishop c8 and rook d1, you're winning. But queen c5 is such a classy move. Now I'm threatening to take this knight. And also, after bishop b2, he just goes on the attack with a4. Suddenly, Vishy is regretting. Why did he not exchange the queens? This going back move is just very strong. Very strong. Now Anand goes rook h2, trying to protect this pawn on c2. But I think he's in big trouble. This backward move, queen c5. Really nice by Korobov. Good move. Oh, by the way, we have some members here who have joined in. Kumar PVP, yes. Vinayak Vaidya says, Sagar, you're such a pure soul, but just a question. If you donate all the amount you get to super chats and members, then how do you make a living? No, Vinayak, we don't donate super chat amounts. We do donate membership amounts. And in membership also, often there is a rounding up thing. So whatever we give the money is into, let's say if you are a backer of Indian chess and you are paying 89 rupees, then into 30% reduction, whatever is the amount, we give it at the end. But we get slightly lesser because there is a currency fluctuation, because YouTube sends the money in US dollars converted to it. But that is something that we keep. Whatever is converted into INR, we give that amount. With regards to, chess-based products are sold, then we have ad revenue, then we have super chat. So there is way for us to earn. But memberships is a concept which we want to, give back through you to the chess players, and you guys have been very kind. So thank you. Nitin Markan, thank you for becoming supporter of Indian chess. Thank you, Nitin. And Priyansh Kalawat, thank you for becoming supporter of Indian chess. So we have many more members who have become. By the way, look at this. Just like how Vishy has pushed his pawn to h6, the same way a3 here by Korobov. And this would mean that Anand's back rank would be very weak at some point. So I think Vishy is in big trouble here. But meanwhile, I think Anish is pushing, and it's happened. The move that we had spoken about. B5, A5, Rook A4. Oof. Did he have to spend time blocking the pawn? Because now, let's see if Jorden can find it. There's one move which is very good. Let me ask you guys. Black to play, what would you play? Remember the endgame rule. Activity above everything else. Anish's plan is simple. He wants to come here with his king. Oh, Amrita is here.
Because you're not eating.
Amrita, I've asked the chat to find the move here.
Okay. And let me see the answers. Is the move Rook C8 or Rook D8? No. So those were the top two choices by the chat.
Rook D8, yes. Rook D8 is the move. And Savita Chess, Prasan Pratik,
Akashnil Roy, Ayush Shahi, Sumit Vilazile, Samik Maini, Denzel. Oops, Rook D8 has stopped the move after you said it's the right move. Devesh, Ved, and Don Juice.
Yeah. So, Rook D8 is the best move here because after Rook A5, you go Rook D5 and you try to attack here, Amrita.
Yeah, and if you go C6 here?
Yeah, C6, maybe King E7, then you try to get your king. The most important thing to remember is in Rook endgames, you need activity. If you play King E7, I'll go King E3. You play King D7, I'll go King D4. All of a sudden, you're passive. You have no way to make entry here. And your Rook is passive. So, I'm going to just go here. Maybe C6, King C5 later, B6. This is going to be winning.
Yeah, that Rook D8 was, now it looks so important, that active defense.
Yeah, but he hasn't played it, Amrita, I believe. No, he just brought his king up. Anish has brought his king, and now Anish is better, guys. Anish will be better after King
Maybe
D4.
No, not King D4, because Rook D8 and Rook D5 can happen then. No?
But then I
Or
go
it
King
doesn't
C4.
matter?
And then I start pushing here.
Okay, that also doesn't matter.
Let's look at Vishy's game. Oh, Amrita.
Wow! Oh my
Vishy
God.
suddenly has played a move that we hadn't expected. Guys, look at this. A3, Bishop A1. We were talking about Korobov being better. But Rook D8 was a blunder by Korobov. Oh, it's such a nice move. It's such a nice move. Bhagyashri Kaduskar, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Rook D8, what is the move here? Guys, you saw the move.
Yeah.
He jumps here on F5.
Amazing. Because you can see that there is one pawn, there is another pawn. Oh my God, and you have
Can you
all your
explain?
pieces.
Can you explain this move?
Yeah, you have all your pieces here. So first of all, after knight f5, if you try to see rook d7 because this rook is hanging, rook d2, and here you have an intermediate move. 1 second. Yeah, knight e7 check, queen e7, rook d2, and suppose you take here rook d2, queen d2. We are at this position. Actually, this is, I don't know, it's opposite colored bishop right now, and this could become weak later because.
But the main thing is black king is weak, Amrita.
Correct.
The back rank is weak.
defended, and I think this queen will be tied down for the defense of this d8 square. At the same time, white's bishop is going to come up somewhere and definitely go to b4. I don't think he will have time to protect the a3 pawn very quickly. At the most, maybe try some activity for the opposite colored bishop. But as we know, in opposite colored bishop, the one who is in attacking position has that initiative. So knight f5 here. What else is possible? Like instead of rook d2 should be forced, I would say. Rook d2, rook d2. Oops, no. Don't make this blunder because now this is no more hanging. Sorry, over here. Now the rook was no more hanging. So if you play rook d2, then he can just simply take the knight. So this intermediate idea of knight e7 is important. So after rook d2, yeah, you have this check which he has to take, and I think you are landing in this opposite colored bishop endgame. Maybe black at the most might try to intermezzo something here if he wants to avoid the exchange of the rooks. Yeah, but then you have this square. So the position is pleasant for Anand. You are right. Knight f5 was a very, very alert move. You get a chance after rook d8 and you go for it.
Generally, you may think that the younger player would be more alert. But Vishy here, at the age of 51 also, very alert.
Yeah, because if you don't play it right now, then you are again going into a bad position.
Correct.
Most probably.
Correct.
So.
Oh, this has happened, Amrita.
Exactly, it was coming by force as we saw.
Hey, abhi band kar do queen ko. G5. Oh, but maybe Korobov thought, Amrita, Korobov thought, check this. See, G5.
Yeah.
Check.
So there will be check.
Queen C1. Now you must take, otherwise A2.
No, I can go E3 because my queen is protected.
हाँ ठीक है, exchange तो हो जाएगा ना. So let's
okay,
take
E3.
Let's first show Queen C1.
Okay, King C1.
And now the problem is,
Yeah.
I'll go King D2, King E3. Then I'll go Bishop C3, Bishop B4. I'll take your A3 pawn. You can't do anything with your bishop.
Correct. This bishop only has to look in the mirror. That's it. Wow.
The pawns, which are very good for attacking, can become weakness in the endgame.
And let's say I try to stop your king. No, I can't because you can always go C4. Bishop E4 check is there. So maybe with this, because look,
King C1.
here if you go C4, I have Bishop E4 check and I protect this. After King C1 also, you do not have an end. Oh, this is so beautiful. This would be a backrank mate if you had a rook. But anyway, yeah. So not C4. You can still come King C1, King D1. But Sagar, tell me something. After Bishop, let's say we are looking at this position. Yeah, Anand here played Bishop D4. Oh, did I know? Okay. Anand played Bishop. I got. Huh. No. This is not. Bishop D4 he played instead of G5. Which is still fine.
But if I take Queen H6
yeah, that's
now?
what happened in the game. Queen H6 and Anand took on B6 here. So I think he's more comfortable retaining the queens because
No, but
anyway
now
the
there's a
king
check
is...
no on H1. You have to exchange the queens anyway.
Oh, but then Queen H1 check, Queen C1, and is it the same position, same way you are getting better
But
after winning the A3 pawn? Yeah.
why did you have to give your H6 pawn? No, now H5.
But you have only one pawn going on. So over here, even if you play H5, if I go GH, oh, the bar doesn't like my GH5 move. Oh my god, is it really giving a chance here? Because this would become a big problem after H4 and I have no time to take here because this pawn is just rolling. Oh, okay. Wow, H5 move is
Yeah, but right now it's...
quite strong.
So Korobov can get it by force, right? He can give a check.
Yes.
Then he can take it. And then he can play H5 when he is creating counter play. So maybe Vishy...
So we are reaching the Queen C1 position.
Yeah,
No,
he should
even
not
there
have... He should have played G5, you know.
G5 was really a strong move, closing that whole entry of the king. But even here, you know, there is one improvement, because after queen C1 check, you take, king takes, and then for H5, what white can do here, a very, very interesting move. Can I show? But it's very difficult to make such a move. Bishop F2, and you first of all stop this and you allow this Hg4. But the point is, look at these pawns. They are without any support. Just go with your king. This could give you some chances.
With two passes.
Yeah, this could. But again, it goes toward this complicated endgame where if black plays accurately, he should be able to defend.
So
That's how
Korobov
it
did go H5, and I think Anand may not be very pleased, because I think he had a choice here between playing G5 and BD4. He chose BD4 and that allowed this. He plays King D2, Amruta. That same idea.
Oh, similar idea. So G4, Bishop F2. But now if H4 Sagar, one question to
Yeah,
you is-
H4 is possible. Meanwhile, we had a couple of members, Amruta, while you were commentating. Anand Narayanan says, Nigel Short once said, Vishy never ceases to surprise. Absolutely. Shraddhe Tripathi has upgraded his membership from backer to booster. Thank you, Shraddhe. IPW Law, who has been a member since quite some time. Thank you, IPW Law, for becoming booster of Indian chess. Bhagyashri Kaduskar, thank you for becoming the backer of Indian chess. Priyansh Kalawat, thank you for becoming supporter of Indian chess. Yeah, we had 11 members today, and also Amruta, the membership,
Wow.
the subscriber count is closing on 698 300.
Amazing.
So King D2, he took Amruta.
Oh, so it is going to, but Bishop C5. I mean, Vishy is trying to go for A3 pawn, which actually looks very, very logical
But what
to
about
me.
G? Okay, he's not worried, because he can, if you
Yeah.
go G3, he can take and then he can come back. And he thinks that in
Yeah.
one diagonal, his
Exactly.
bishop can support the pawns, and then these pawns can start to roll with his king.
So Sagar, what I think that Vishy has actually assessed the position as better for him,
Yeah.
practically. And if you all see that he was in some trouble before, what?
Opponent has played
pawns are
G5.
going crazy, right?
But Amruta, you can't do anything. Like if you
You
can't
have to
let him take. So you
Yeah,
have to take.
You can't ignore that.
So he took King G7, and now
Now Bar says white
yeah,
is
white is
winning.
totally winning. So the thing is, Anand can just bring his
Yes.
bishop, stop these pawns, and start pushing his own pawns.
So Bishop C5, King G6, Bishop B3. In fact, you even defend a G5 pawn. No, then King F5 and you will lose the E5 pawn.
No, it's okay. G5 is important.
I was thinking another idea of Bishop E7 and Bishop F6, or would that Bishop?
Which one?
G2 is coming.
Yeah.
That's...
No, this is winning, Amruta. Even if you lose this pawn,
Yeah.
you can just start pushing your pawns here. This is better. But where did Korobov go wrong is the question, because here after Bishop C5, Korobov had to go King G7, but
King
he pushed
G7
this.
with the idea of maybe either F6
No, if you take
or King H6, King
now
H5, King
G5. So the difference is that you saved
King G6.
one very important tempo because he didn't push the pawn, and
Okay,
Vishy's bishop was not back
Right,
here.
but Bishop E7 now, let's say.
No, but now if you go Bishop E7, I have
G3.
G3.
Yeah, I have to stop the pawn. So King E2 or King E3 is forced. King E2 maybe. King E3 maybe.
Yeah, but now G2,
King F2,
King F2,
E3.
E3,
Oh, you have defended the G2.
King G1, and now maybe I can even go E2.
And I have to go Bishop B4.
You have to go back.
Stop the pawn.
Then I can take this. Then I'll come here. I'll try to take this, and then my pawns can be stopped because black pawns are also dangerous. While in the game, after G3 takes G5, he was one tempo short because the bishop came back and Vishy played it. King F5, now C4, King E5, B4, King F5, B5, and he's winning.
This is happening on the board. Oh, so Brij Gajar asked, so basically Anand assessed the position better and deeper than the computer did. That's what his question is.
No, I don't think he did something deeper than the computer, but he played something which was humanly very difficult to for Korobov to play. And the moves, we'll try to explain, like bishop c5 and coming back and then going there was very nice, like what Vishy did.
It was really brilliant because giving the h6 pawn and then he assessing this thing. As we knew that Korobov had to be accurate, but so accurate. Only then. Tremendous play by Vishy. Yeah, and Vishy has won.
Oh, what?
1 second.
He won?
Yes, Vishy OP, Vishy OP, Vishy OP.
Wow.
Because you can't stop those pawns.
a4. And he just resigned.
They are the triplets here.
Amruta, he resigned here. Korobov, just... Guys,
This
Vishy
is like
Anand.
4 pawns and just opposite colored bishop. It should be mere frustration, you know, like having to resign such a position is amazing. Amazing play.
Wow, Amruta.
Yeah, Sagar.
This is a big result. Actually, Anand is might be gunning for top spots, you know, with this win.
I know.
It's amazing.
Also, this was so instructive. This opposite colored bishop with even the defensive ideas was very, very instructive with the double pawns. What is Anish playing against? Oh, Van Foreest.
I mean, we will look at Vishy's game again in depth, but right now let's focus on the Van Foreest Giri, which is live. And
Any chance, Sagar, with 3 and 1?
Amruta, why you're getting cut?
Because cut no. Okay, that was a Marathi joke. Tell me, Sagar.
Yes, after this game we'll show the scores.
No, here. I'm asking you, any chance for Anish with that extra pawn there?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's 2 versus 1. It's a draw. Korobov didn't go for the queen exchange, but that was a good decision by Korobov. But later on, things came to haunt him. Standings, as you can see here, guys. These are the standings right now. Nepo, Amruta, is
leading.
is
with
on
5.
8 points. 8 out of 5 rounds.
Okay.
Anand is on second position with 6.
Wow.
MVL on third position with 6. Mamedyarov 5. Ivan Saric 5. Grischuk 4. Anish may draw, so he'll reach on 5. Duda on 4. Jorden may draw, so he'll reach on 4. Anton 3. And Kasparov 1. So, Amruta, this is great result for Vishy. I mean, to reach joint second position is a great feat.
And he's beating the youngsters.
Okay, and guys, we have had some members here. Anand Narayanan has become member. Thank you, Anand Narayanan. You have been sending a lot of interesting super chats. Thank you for becoming member. Backer of Indian Chess. Mr. Cracker has become the backer of Indian Chess. Jayant Apala has become the backer of Indian Chess. Thank you, Jayant. And Anand Narayan says, Vishy is an alumni of my school, the Madras Tiger. Oh, so nice.
Exactly.
Wasn't he from Don Bosco School in Chennai? So maybe Anand Narayanan is from his school. Same years or not? By the way, meanwhile, guys, please do subscribe and let's take it over 300, 698, 300. Our aim is to reach 699k, which is not looking easy, but as Vishy's position was looking difficult against Korobov, so can we.
Oh, Anish Giri has drawn the game with Van Foreest here.
But Amruta, I'm very surprised as to how this happened because Anish was clearly pushing until here.
Right.
Check, king here, all good, Rook d1. And here, maybe he missed it. Yeah, this is a very key moment. Guys, what would you play here as white? White to play.
White to play. So white should find a mistake or what?
No, white should find the better move than what Anish did.
Oh, okay. This time Sagar is smart. Sagar didn't say ki Anish played this and what is the better move. You know, that would have been a big hint.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it difficult for them to guess the moves a bit. Nilesh Agarwal, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. Oh, very cool. We had 15 new members today. Wow.
Lovely. So what's the answer, Sagar? Did
So
you get
all the people who have mentioned b6 here, give a pat on your back because you played a better move than what Anish did in his game. All those who said rook takes a5, well, it's the most natural move, but after rook c1 check, unfortunately, Anish could not, run away from this rain of checks. And after b6 takes, and here he lost the pawn.
that rook on the side is very defensive. But one question, because many people had mentioned rook a3 move as well over there instead of b6.
You mean here rook a3?
Right.
But then check.
The same idea, yeah. After king d4. No, can you go rook c3 here?
Maybe after
Oh.
take, it's you who loses because black has the outside passed pawn. So if you go to win it, then I'll take your pawns.
Blunder. So definitely not. Maybe we will take it.
Yeah. You can call him. So king d5, and this is lost. So rook a3 does not work, but b6 was the right move, and maybe it even is not.
What time does the last round begin?
9:30. Take. Maybe you can, take. King d7 is possible, but after take, it's just lost. Like king d6, king b5, he's coming in. Pawn is moving forward. And so Anish had his chance, but he missed it. But let's have a quick recap of Vishy Anand's victory because it's the only win in this round. There were all 4 draws. Will he be joining?
Yeah, he'll join.
Oh, nice. Guys, any guesses on who is the person who will join us for the last round? We have a guest.
Who knows? Some beautiful. Okay, no hint. This time, Sagar has stopped me from giving hints. So
We'll have a guest joining in. All we can say is that he's the biggest Vishy Anand fan. I know. Well, we all are fans, but he is slightly,
That pure. I mean, if gold is of 24 carat, then it's 27 carat fan.
Vaishnav Negi, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Rajat Dumir, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. We have today 17 members, and we also started off with 698.9k, something like that. So we have had more than 400 subscribers today. So
Oh, actually, Sagar,
people are guessing. People are guessing.
Very few people were able to. But that is also amazing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't expect anybody.
No, they know because
They know, but I didn't think. Well, you gave a hint somewhere. The hint was not very easy. Anand Narayanan says Vishy just followed the basic principles CCTV.
check, captures, threats, and what is V? I don't know what V stands for. CCT, I know. But so, Amruta, just to show you what an exciting game it had become, because Korobov played really well. Like after Queen C3, I was thinking that they will exchange queens and it will be kind of an endgame. But A5 he played, and now Anand was a little careless, I would say here. He should have exchanged the queens, but he went bishop C1. But the moment he played bishop C1, Korobov was like, now I don't want to exchange the queens because now your knight is hanging, and if you come back with bishop E3, then there are no real discovered attacks because I have rook D1, queen D1 and queen E3 hanging. So I can go A4.
Wow.
And even if you go knight F5, Amruta, then queen C2 is hanging. This rook. So there is a problem. You can't move the knight. Right. So here Anand started to get in some trouble.
And F5 is also not very good idea, giving E5 sometime. Not now, but at some point.
It doesn't work here. So in a way,
this was a good idea, I would say, by Anand, Vishy getting his bishop here on this diagonal somewhere as a defense.
Yeah, true. But here I think if Korobov was slightly more careful. He would have found b5. Now knight f5 does
Yeah.
not work because after ef5, rook takes. There is queen c2 made.
Ooh, oh my god, that's the reason rook d8 was a mistake.
So the moment he moved the rook from the c file,
Yeah,
It
as soon
caused-
as the pressure from C2 was gone, knight f5, Anand was like waiting for that moment, basically. He must have seen this pattern.
yeah,
Beautiful.
takes, queen takes, rook d2, rook d2, queen d2, and this position was very interesting because Amruta, I never thought that this endgame could be better or winning, but after this it's very surprising that this opposite color bishop endgame with equal pawns is winning for white.
Yeah, I think here the only critical variation was e3, but
Instead of taking the queen, right?
no, queen c1, king c1, and
No,
e3.
after, so instead of here g5, he could have done directly e3 also.
Yeah, directly.
But then I
sorry.
can take,
Bishop takes.
bishop takes,
Yeah.
and let's say king
You
c1,
have to go king c1. Yeah, this was the position which I was a
B5.
bit interested in.
and I can
How
go
to go
bd4,
about.
e2, king d2, and now problem is that you are going to lose this pawn, and eventually it will boil down to whether you will be able to stop these pawns or not. Here the chance is good to hold, okay, but what happened, let's have a look at the game. bd4, queen at 6, he took on b6, check aya, queen c1, now he took the queen, so it's a drawish position here.
Correct. And tell me something, h5 was played, which was practically the beautiful idea.
Yeah.
But was there anything better for black instead of h5, like g5 or something first?
No, here h5 seems like the only
Okay, that
logic,
makes-
because if white gets g5, it will block
No,
all the
I'm
pawns.
talking about black's g5 here.
Yeah, but Amruta, g5, fg,
King g7 and then...
bishop e3.
Okay, the problem is I don't even have king f5 after king g6 with the g4 pawn.
Yeah, you can't even win this pawn.
Yeah, take it. So
So
h5 was
h5,
beautiful.
king d2, and I think here is where Korobov should have played h4,
Mhm.
but he took. And
How would it have been after h4, that endgame? Even
Yeah.
if you just try a bit to understand it, because you have to go king e2 or bishop g1, h3, bishop g1 forced. I mean, you can go king f2.
yeah, and now good chances. No, Amruta, because your bishop is
Yeah,
passive.
now king g7 with the same idea of g5 at that point. So even if I go c4, let's say I start g5, fg5, king g6, and I don't have bishop e3.
So let's push. Who's faster?
So this king e2 move was useless, na Sagar? What was the point there? If you at least have bishop g1, then you can go king e3 later.
Yeah, here
Oh my
it's,
god, black is winning here.
yeah, it's already like this is coming
Oh
in.
my- That
So-
king from g8, it's going to
Yeah.
g2 and it's actually attacking, and this pawn is pushing.
So, I mean, in a
Yeah.
nutshell, Amruta,
Yeah.
playing here h4 was better than taking this pawn because these pawns are now very close. And one very important rule in endgame is, if you can, by the way, we have a super chat before I tell you the rule from Joy Datta, who says, Anand's coming back to OTB plus commentary by Sagar Amruta, the best we can ask for. Thank you, Joy, for your support and for your super chat.
Yeah,
Very
thank
kind of
so
you.
much.
Here the rule in endgames is that how do I put it? Okay, suppose you want to go, like you have a car and you have to get to your job, okay, in half an hour, and your wife tells you drop the kids to school. So now if the school is on the way, then it's great, right? Because see, you start from here, your job is here and the school is here, so you can go like this, drop on the school and go to the job.
Show them.
Yeah, like from here and here. But imagine that the school is here and the job is here. Then you go here and here. So taking hg4 is like putting both the pawns on one diagonal like this. So this guy can go to his school
On the way
first
आ गया मतलब उसको.
and also the job. You know?
Analogy OP guys, analogy OP.
But if h4, then suddenly one diagonal is not enough to stop these two pawns.
Then the husband is like, I'm not dropping the
Yeah, the husband, I mean,
Yeah,
the
kids at school.
kids would be in trouble,
You
basically.
better go.
Kids can kind of bunk school,
You
but
wanted a car, so better is that you go there.
so hg4 was not a good idea, but bishop c5, and now g3 was the last mistake, I feel, because king g7 here. Now if Anand takes, then what happens is that even though these are on one diagonal, there is one more problem that is coming in, which is the king. fg, king g6, and now these pawns are hanging, so these 3 pawns are not as fast.
This G4, like if you just look at the rapid game with 1 minute, and it's such a natural move. You're winning a pawn, you
Yeah.
take it. It's,
But no, Amrita, I think
very
hg4
surprising.
is still was fine. hg4,
I
but
know.
what was not fine here? I mean, I think
King
Anand should
G7.
have played bishop f2, by the way, instead of bishop c5. But when Anand played this, g3 was the last mistake of the game, I feel.
No, it was a very complicated endgame for sure, with so much depth to it.
Yeah.
So not easy for sure. Pawan Bhargav says, what rating according to you is needed to call yourself decent chess player?
You
FIDE
see,
rating.
who wants to call you decent is very important. For example, like I know that some people would call anyone lower than a GM as not a decent player. Someone would say 2000 is a decent player. For me, it's just like, I don't know, like it's very difficult to say. Someone who makes logical moves, understands chess principles, is a decent player. But I mean, if you're trying to call yourself a decent player, then everyone has a different measure for it. It's very difficult to.
By the way, when you gave that analogy of car and husband, you can also use a family man. No, it was a family.
Yeah, exactly. Family man, he always had issues. Yeah, he had to always drop his kids to school and all that stuff.
Nihira says, sir, you would be happy to know that I came fourth in under 10 girls nationals.
Oh, really?
And
Nihira
selected to
call?
World Youth.
Very congratulations, Nihira. If you made it to the World Youth, that is very nice, very impressive. We had a member, Satish Kunchividu, has upgraded his membership to Booster of Indian Chess. Thank you, Sandeep. Amrita, are you going out of the screen? See, you're going out of the screen.
Hey, you're the analogy king right now.
But how does
And,
I mean, how does that have anything to do with your going out of the screen?
I mean, people won't even realize that. Because,
No. Because they have to hear me, right? And they have to see us. So basically, there is no relation.
Okay. What the round starts at 9:30.
Yes.
And what are the standings or pairings, or have you shown it? So
Ah.
we are gonna have the guest. So you have sent a link, right?
Oh, no.
Because what will happen is you
Ah.
call the guest
Ah.
and then you don't send the link and then you
Sorry.
wait for the guest.
Sorry.
And then the guest feels, oh, am I invited? Am I
Oh, no,
not
no.
invited?
Yeah.
So it's a
Big problems.
मतलब किसी को घर पे बुलाने का और खुद ही बाहर जाने
नहीं एड्रेस देने का ही नहीं. Not sending that. Please come home. Please make sure you come on time. Okay, great, but no address. So he doesn't know where to come.
एड्रेस पूछेगा तो हाँ तो घर से निकल तो सही फिर देता हूँ.
Big Beast asks, is Samay a decent player? I think so. I think Samay is a decent player. He understands the basic concepts of chess very well. He's very good at tactics. And I think he's strong. Biswa also is a very... Like, even I've seen Biswa, Vaibhav and Samay, all three of them playing good games, but they are not consistent. That's the only thing. So, they are good players. So, for me, they are decent players. But for someone else, like, let's say a very purist, they would not be.
Yeah, tournaments are resuming, so I think you would be able to play soon and get FIDE rating. My God, so many people are excited for that.
Yeah, I feel like just if you can think about playing FIDE rated events, that would be so cool. Then you will have a FIDE rating, which is a nice thing to have.
Exactly. I mean, you understand your real, let's say, not even in the first tournament, you will get some rating, but then you might have to play another 3-4 tournaments and you'll understand your level.
Nimish, thank you for becoming the booster of Indian chess. Thank you all. Guys, by the way, Amruta, your voice keeps going low, everyone said. So
Okay,
can you
maybe
speak
when
louder?
I move.
Uh, guys, before the guest comes, let's try to get it to 698, 400 here so that, you know,
Yeah.
we have it 698, 330 right now. For the next round, as we see, Vishy Anand has a very interesting opponent. Now, I want to show you guys a very interesting. Amruta, shall we show that video to everyone
Which
before the round begins? It's Anand versus Grischuk.
Oh,
Huh?
sure.
Should we show it?
But how long? Okay, the round is still some few minutes. A little bit you can show up.
Okay.
Yeah, 1700 FIDE rating for now definitely is decent. You know, earlier it used to be the rating would begin with 2300 and above. Then after a few years it came down to 2200 and above. So like you would not get a rating, you know, if you're not at that level. Then 2100. Then it went to 2000. So at my time it was 2000 and above. Same, right? For you also? Or no? For
Yeah,
1900.
I had, I think, 2000 and above when I started.
Yeah. Now it's 1200, no? No, now it's 1000, I believe. Like it can go down till 1000.
Yeah, so this is one game which we have such pleasant memories because Anand versus Grischuk. Grischuk is his opponent. And Anand this was in Tal Memorial. Amruta, remember, our good friend Polina Torochkova was there, right? She had come that day and we had gone to the cafeteria and we were just kind of having a cup of tea. And then what happened was Anand started to play some amazing moves, right? And so I rushed down like with the camera and I started to shoot this. Okay. Do you want to have the earphones? Oh, by the way, we have a couple of members here. Nimish, thank you for becoming booster of Indian chess. And Srinivas Saurabh Kumar, thank you for becoming booster of Indian chess. We have had today 20 members. Wow, 20 members already. So thank you all for becoming members. And that's big. So,
And one more right now.
Madhu Chetan Rao, pillar of Indian chess. That's the highest tier. Thank you, Madhu Chetan. So kind of you. Guys, mera hi video hai. So, I mean, it's Chessbase India's video. So, no copyright. So, this is the position.
डिवोर्स हो तो कौन कॉपीराइट देगा? मैं तेरे को डिवोर्स होगा तो कौन कॉपीराइट देगा वीडियो पे?
But divorce has nothing to do with our ownership of the company.
हाँ, okay. It's complicated. Yeah, members OP guys, members OP.
So here, if you see, Anand has got a nice, like a queen around the around Grischuk's king, and the knight can jump to g5. But right now, if you give knight g5 check, he can just move his king away.
And Grischuk comes under time pressure. So, but already this was a rapid Sagar, right?
Yeah. So now, after some thought, okay, look at this. Okay, this is beautiful. Let's go to the main moment of the game. Anand thinks for some time, and he instantly, like few moves he makes instantly. Rook g5. And now if edge g5, so one second, just so that you know, if pawn takes rook, pawn takes pawn, queen is attacked and there's a check from the queen.
It's a disco.
So he moved his queen, now rook was put there. And now Anand has actually spotted this tactic here, which is the brilliant part. So look at Grischuk, yeah, he's worried because Vishy has made his last move very quickly. So Grischuk is little bit. He's his opponent, by the way, in the next round. Okay. So guys, that's why we are showing you this. No, this was not the game, Mr. Rax. Hold on. Anand taking the video, telling me about the video. It was in Kolkata. And now, look at this. Okay, Grischuk played the move Rook G8. And look at Anand hovering. And now Grischuk's expression. What? What is happening?
Yeah, he is 1 minute.
And so, because he's losing his queen, he has to takes.
Yeah.
And Rook F7. And
So shocked.
what a shocking
He
move.
did not imagine that.
This is one of the best expressions we have ever captured.
Because for knight g5, he's like, what's happening? And that's why he's so shocked for rook f7.
And look at Vishy, so calm. He knows he's won it. Because if queen takes rook, h takes g5 check, king moves queen at 6 mate.
He's so sad for missing this. 38 seconds.
Okay, people are saying they cannot understand it, but I'll show in a normal board.
Wait, no, I think later you can make a video of this.
Yeah, I'll make a video out of
It's
this.
really amazing.
And then, the beauty of this entire video is that Grischuk actually allowed himself to get checkmated. Look at this. And then look at how he gives his hand out in resignation and then analyzes. This video ends here at 4 minutes, the game is over. But for next 9 minutes, they analyze the game. That's why he's amazing. Grischuk is really a tremendous player. For all those who want to understand what had happened, I can show you. But maybe as Amruta said, I can make a video also later.
Prakhar Gupta says, Sagar and Amrita, do you plan to go to OTP tournaments this year to cover them like before? This year, at least not in a few months.
Amruta doesn't wish to. I am very keen on going into some events, but depends on how our overall situation is related to COVID and everything. But yeah, I mean, over the board events, which are quite big, are always great fun, to capture those live raw moments, those emotions, as you can see now. Also then interviewing the players after the game. It's all very great fun.
Also, it will be fun to go to India, travel in India and some tournaments, because so many new people who learn chess through YouTube, they would be playing, they would be getting the FIDE ratings. So
Yeah.
could be very interesting to meet. All right. So the round is about to begin in 2 minutes, and Shasha, quite a lot of people know him as Thug Life. Nice. So guys, what do you think? What's gonna happen right now? Sagar, what is your prediction for the next round? Maybe Vishy and Anish.
Vishy and
Anish.
Anish is, by the way, who is Anish playing against? One second.
Check it out.
Anish is going to be playing against MVL. I believe that will be an intense game as well. And guys, we have the guest who has joined in for the last round, as always, on time. He's very responsible in general, very responsible personality. And again, hello, Saravanan, can you hear us?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very fine. It's raining in Chennai, so great atmosphere.
But Sarah, you've lost a lot of weight, it seems. Is it true?
Yeah, I did actually. The pandemic basically, I got COVID-19, so I lost my appetite. So with that, quite some weight I lost, yeah.
But is your health good?
Yeah, I'm fine. That way I'm fine.
Okay.
In a way, I'm happy that I lost some weight, so it's okay.
Because the last time I saw you was on the last stream, and it looks like, you look very different. That's why. But
You look much better, right?
I mean, as long as your health is good, I'm fine completely.
I'm fine. I'm doing very well. I'm
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Hmm.
So, and people, I told them that we're going to have some, like, we all are fans of Anand, but today who will join us is slightly an extra fan of Vishy, like a little bit more than everyone. So, and it's so nice that we'll be commentating on, you are here to commentate on Anand's games. He's playing Grischuk. Did you see his previous round? He beat Korobov.
Yeah, of course. I've been watching all his games. I've been following all the games live. The previous game was actually topsy-turvy a little, honestly, with Korobov. But actually, the game with Mamedyarov was very interesting because he had a huge advantage at some point.
Yes.
And I really like the way, both in Mamedyarov's game as well as Korobov's game, what made the difference was the knight. He got advantage against Korobov with a knight f5 shot. And with Mamedyarov, he beautifully brought the knight to d5 and consolidated when he had a pawn down. When he was a pawn up. Mamedyarov sacrificed a pawn. Anand brought his knight beautifully to d5. And magically, the defense held after that. So, the knights again. Vishy and the knights again today.
Always very tricky. By the way, guys, all of you who are, you would be knowing Saravanan from many videos, from his, several appearances on different platforms. But if you do not know him, he is an international master, a very well-known trainer, and also a great commentator. And so it's a very nice thing to have him here. Sarah, Rookie won Berlin. You can see the suddenly your voice went off.
I'm sorry. So we both start commenting and then comes the Berlin. But anyway, let's do the best of it today. I like Grischuk a lot. In the top, he and Mamedyarov are two guys who embrace themselves, go to complication. So they both are in a certain way, the spectators can be assured that when they play, there will be a fight. But then comes the Berlin. Anyway, let's hope for the best today.
Yeah, I think it could be possible that Anand is going for a safety first approach. But in this line, it's not unusual to see sometimes white winning his games. We saw recently Anish versus Wesley So was a good example where this rookie 8 blunder happened in one of the online events.
Okay, I haven't seen that, but okay. See, definitely rapid games, it is a question of what your instinct rules over you. There is not much time to analyze the whole position and all that, like a classical game. So definitely, when your instinct rules, the player who has the white pieces always has a better chance than a classical game. Because defense has to be much more precise than the offending side in such games. So we can hope that there will be a game and it will favor white. Let's see how it goes.
True. But what do you have to say about Anand's overall performance? He's playing after 15 months here, over the board event. And he doesn't seem as rusty as he should be. Like it seems as if he's in touch.
That I'm very sure he has been training. If you listen to him yesterday after commentary, he was pulled over for interview. He said that he touched the inside of a flight after 375 days. For the last 775 days, he hadn't seen a flight, inside of a flight. So obviously for such a person who has been playing actively for 35 years, this has to be the first. But all said and done, see, first of all, this is one of the strongest events in the circuit. Okay, just Magnus is not there, but Garry is going to come for blitz and all that. And one more thing, definitely, you're not played chess for a long time, your appetite is going to be huge. So I'm very sure that he has come prepared for it. All these guys, they prepare for tournaments amazingly. So I'm very sure he has come prepared.
You were saying that he must be in touch, and I saw one of the tweets where he congratulated Nihal and he congratulated Arjun and he congratulated all of them. And he said, I've been playing games with Arjun in that tweet. And I was very, in a way surprised that with the young guns, he is playing practice games I think this is one of the techniques by which Anand remains in touch, right? By playing a lot of blitz games with these young players.
Yeah. He generally, involves a lot of people when it comes to working. See, for example, there was a period in 2007, just before his World Championship victory in Mexico. There is a round robin tournament. He was not somehow, he didn't feel like working with just a limited number of people. So what he did was, he asked all the prominent players of Chennai to come and just spend a day with him, half a day with him. So, around 10 to 12 guys went to his house and spent half a day with him. That's what he called me and Konguvel together. And it so happened that we were the oldest of the lot at that time. So afterwards, after I started seeing him more regularly, I used to ask him. So because we were old, we asked two people to come. Otherwise, you asked only one person to come. So he has done this a lot, working with people, a lot of different, various varieties of people. He has done this a lot. So I'm not surprised. Nothing much happening in the game, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the idea of black is to play bishop f5 and get these bishops off the board. Eventually, if he can connect his queen with the rook, then maybe queen e7 or queen e8, offer queen trade on the e5. So yeah, not much, but it seems like the players are not blitzing out their moves as such. Vishy is taking some time. So maybe he's recollecting his prep or just trying to do something new on the board.
Yeah, I think he's recollecting his prep. If you saw his game with Vachier-Lagrave, till about 20 moves, they both are blitzing out within a few 10 seconds, 20 seconds for each move. So obviously, preparation level is very high for this tournament. Yeah, this Berlin, probably they are taking it. Okay, this is also under 1 minute, all the moves are coming.
Yeah.
But okay, with Grischuk, you never know. That's the speed he plays all the time. One curious thing, see this game, right now, if you see on the board, black is going to play bishop f5 to challenge the bishop on d3.
Yeah.
And he need not even challenge the bishop on f4 because the light square, dark square bishops, the bishop may be finally placed on g7, black's bishop. Then he will probably bring the rook to the only open file and exchange that also. So the typical strategy is, I think, chop, 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 and it's a draw.
But like in such positions, many times white gets that nagging small edge, and then it becomes very difficult for black to fight back because of the symmetry. So that's what we are hoping for, but as of now, it doesn't seem likely. By the way, Sachin Nayak sends a super chat saying, tuned in, goes to the kitchen to get popcorn for Vishy story nights with Saravanan. And Karthik Narayan says, Mindmaster was good, but I think Saravanan can write a book which gives more insight for Tiger of Chennai. Are you planning to, Saravanan sir?
First of all, it's too much to say such things that, I have not even written anything and you assume that I can write. Anyway, thanks of that. Yeah, definitely. I've said that, it is my ambition to become a writer also at some point, serious writing into books and all instead of just a column. But yeah, definitely I have in mind, and definitely Anand will be one of my target subjects to write about. Let's see how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think if Sarah writes on Anand, that would be the topic which would flow naturally. Of course, as a start, first thing should start with Anand. Then you can take other subjects.
Too much praise. I honestly don't know how to encounter with straight praise, which is, I feel I'm not deserving of. Anyway, thank you so much, guys.
Do you think Grischuk will go queen e8 here and then everything? I think if queen e8 here, maybe somehow Anand can keep playing on with knight e5. So perhaps the right way here to continue would be queen f8 and trying to get the rook to e8.
Yeah, can I go queen c2 and swing the queen to the queen side in that case? Am I getting anything there?
Yeah, but I think just in time, yeah, like black will be able to defend with queen, like rook e1, knight e1 and queen e7.
So now queen a4, you're going rook e1, of course. So no, maybe I'll take rook e8 first and then go queen a4.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know whether provoking a6 is worth it or not here, but I'll do that anyway. Yeah, now queen b4, and I can pretend that I have some better control of the dark squares, but I don't know. I hardly know where it's all leading to ultimately.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now maybe knight e1 and knight e3. But okay, black keeps the knight on e6, and very unfortunate. I come out to comment and things turn out this way.
Yeah, well, maybe tomorrow. I think if you have some time, would be very nice to do one more game. But
You're doing it very well as again. Eh?
Sorry.
You're doing it very well as again, I said. Yeah, sure. Yeah, see, honestly speaking, rapid chess, we more than the fireworks, fireworks means I'm sorry, complicated attacks and tactics and all that. What I like in tactical chess, rapid chess is, shorter the time control is, the more the natural instinct of a player is on display. So I would really like to see a game which is not too much clouded by theory. We are assuming that for rapid chess, people are not so well prepared like the classical chess. So for games where the theoretical part is minimized to a lot extent, how people play naturally, that's what interests me a lot. I really wanted to see that. See, that's why I'm very, very, very eager to see how Garry is going to do. Garry's natural instinct is to attack. But there's hardly 5 minutes to attack, right? So, and of course, it's a long years since he retired from the game actively and all that. So,
18 rounds. What do you think he will score? Like, would he score more than 50%? You think?
Are you trying to get both of us into trouble? I don't know. See, definitely, it will be difficult for Garry. Because, blitz chess, for example, the speed with which Vachier-Lagrave and Grischuk, they calculate, I don't think how much ever Garry is going to train to match that will be difficult. So I honestly don't know if Garry achieves 50%, I think it will be a good show for him, in my opinion, because it's a very tough tournament this is.
So you are saying that even if Garry Kasparov knew this 2 months ago that he's playing, the 2 months of, let's say, intense prep which he did would not help him to play at the same level as a player who has been practicing regularly for the last decade.
See, more than practice, I agree with you. Let's say you have 2 months and you work on your calculations 2 to 3 hours a day, which all the active players, all ambitious players do. Then remaining, let's say anywhere between 3 to 4 hours, you work on your chess. Let it be endings or middle game or opening, whatever. More than that practice, see, for example, we call it as the pull and push of competition. Let's say you are playing a game and you have to take a decision somewhere. It may be deciding to win a game which looks very double-edged, or deciding to play safe. Then the decision can be, you are pushed, you are having a minus position. Now, how to draw the game? Do you want to defend like a fortress? Or do you want to come out with your arms swinging and give one last shot? Or try to wait psychologically for the moment where you pose a problem to your opponent? Like this, so many decisions have to be taken. A professional player who plays 6 to 8 tournaments a year is on the cutting edge of these instincts. Whereas Garry, being away from the game for so long, even if he is looking at games on a daily basis also, it's not going to be easy with the cut and thrust of chess, is what I mean.
Very interesting. So it's basically the decision making you think is one which gets affected, right? Because of you are not doing it regularly on the board.
Everything. Decision making makes the most difference. See, I'm assuming that at this level, everyone calculates well, everyone knows their endings. You understand? And everyone is physically fit. And physical fitness also matters. I have this theory, chess players, if they play chess for too long a time, their nerves get fried on a daily basis. In fact, no offense meant to anybody, older chess players tend to get a little more eccentric. I've seen in my personal opinion. No offense meant. I'm not meaning anybody specifically. Because your nerves are fried on a daily extent. See, someone like Karpov had an amazing longevity because he was a personality like that. Whereas Viktor Korchnoi is a what to say, miracle. With so much passion and so much energy, he still played chess for so long. But whereas when it comes to Botvinnik, Karpos, Maislo, it's not at all surprising that they played chess for so long at the very top. Yeah. So it is a lot to do with it's not the age which matters, but the nerves that the age fries which matters. Something like that.
So you mean to say the more intense the player, the more difficult it is for him to continue for longer years? Like Korchnoi was
so.
very intense. But would you put Anand in that category as well, intense? Because he relies a lot on his preparation. He's also very tactical, very aggressive. So he's using up a lot of his resources, right? He's not like one of those players who will go to a tournament without his opening prep in place, without some new ideas in the opening, I think.
See, definitely between 2008 to 2015, let's say, Anand was probably the best prepared player in the world. Probably. That was because it was the hard work that he started somewhere around 2005 onwards. But in Mind Master, if you read the whole book, he has admitted that he has memory issues nowadays. I'm sorry, not in Mind Master, Anand Files, written by Albine. It is admitted that Anand has memory issues of late. So already opening preparation wise, Anand's not the Anand that he was between 2008 to 2015, let us say. When it comes to instinct, Anand was a fantastic instinctive player from the beginning onwards. Recently, we had a talk show at chess.com India. I had with Niranjan, Naval Niranjan, where, we had an episode of Anand's earliest games. One very unfortunate thing about Anand is the Anand that is known to current people is Anand who beat Kramnik, Anand who beat Topalov, Anand who beat Gelfand. Come on, Anand's much, much more than that. See, Anand's beginning years, 1998 to 2003, those formative years, Anand has produced such brilliancies. Even before he defeated Kasparov and Karpov in Palma de Mallorca 1993, even before that, he has produced certain gems which are completely instinctive. There was almost no calculation in them. So he was not playing fast because of his calculation. He was playing fast because of his intuition. You understand? That intuition is still very good. See, you saw the last round game, right? Against Korobov. He had the instinct to go for the bishop and queen endgame, even though it looks dangerous with the pawn on a3, probably because he know that a3 can be targeted. And that's how he won the game also. Calculation, yes, it does come down in the long run. I have one more theory. Again, this has to be debated. Original players, their career span is very short because they have to think a lot from the beginning and produce a lot to produce their originalities. And players who rely on calculation, their career span also is shorter compared to people like Botvinnik, Anand. Yeah, those who are naturally intuitive and who have preserved their intuition over the years, like Anand. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Very interesting. Very, very deep subjects. But while we were discussing this, Sarah, the game has become slightly interesting because Grischuk moved his queen to a5, targeting the pawn on a2, and Anand kind of ignored it and played his knight to e5.
Yeah.
Maybe.
See, obviously, queen into a2, knight g4 is a problem for black.
Yes, it's completely winning because this and then this. It's
Vishy. That's Vishy for you.
That's Vishy's knight there. Vishy's knight always creates trouble. Yeah, also like if you go bishop d8, I would like to ask the chat, how do you win in this position? White to play. Guys, try to figure out. And
you're extremely good at this, Sagar. You have become very, very proficient in instructing people. See, such questions, it doesn't even come to my mind, and you got it instantly, and the solution is beautiful. So fantastic.
Yes, it's basically in a live stream there are at least 50 such questions, and but it's always like there are all these things happening in top players' games.
But I'm surprised, Grischuk went for queen e2.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm okay. He didn't go for queen e2. I'm so sorry.
No, he's still
For a
thinking.
moment, I thought you put the move on the board.
No. This is the position, and just I'll see here. How are you guys doing? So,
You have that. You have
yes.
that this thing. Yeah.
And if you see here, Sarah, we have
Yeah.
71 people who found the queen sacrifice, queen e8, Raghav, Jairaj, Utsav, Olivia, Sals, Samir, Anish, Bhushan, and Mukunta. Well done, guys. The right move is queen to 8, knight e8, rook e8, king up, and then bishop h6, checkmate. Beautiful mate. So, yeah, this knight cannot, this cannot be taken. But what do you think, Sarah? If let's say I take on e5?
Yeah, actually, I was also going through that. Let's say bishop into e5, bishop into e5. See, queen into a2 now, if after bishop into e5, black takes queen into a2. Even if I don't have anything concrete, I have extremely good compensation because, the king side dark squares are terrible here. So either queen f3 or queen d2, both of them will do well to take your queen over to the king side. Queen d2 maybe even be a better choice. No, not queen h6, maybe queen g5. Queen d2 because I wanted to keep the pawn on b2, keep an eye on the pawn on b2. Queen g5, queen f6 is simply crushing here.
Yeah.
So this is very long-term compensation, probably already winning for white. So bishop e5, I doubted.
He didn't take.
He didn't take, obviously.
He played rook e8.
Yeah, now comes the thing. Is knight g4 working by any chance?
Knight g4, rook e2, knight f6.
Knight f6. King f8 is a mate for bishop d6.
Oof, we need to show it, but knight g4, rook takes e2, knight f6, and now if king f8, it's a very pretty checkmate here with bishop d6. Rook goes back, and yeah, that's a very nice mate. But the king will go to h8, and after takes knight e6. Maybe Anand would think about this, right? Because after bishop e5, there are still some threats, but maybe it's not like after queen a2, there is no immediate crushing move. Yeah, your voice went away.
I'm sorry. Maybe now g4, h4 stuff, I don't think it's going to help much, yeah?
Yeah, it might be a bit too slow.
Yeah. I'm trying to see even if there is no checkmate, whether white has enough initiative as compensation, but maybe not.
But this is very interesting. Like knight g4 is not something that you can dismiss. Like it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
But it falls short. So what else? Do you like p4 to defend this pawn, also attack the queen?
Somehow, let's say queen d2 Sagar. The idea is if queen a2, anyway knight g4.
Right.
So the problem is the bishop on f6 doesn't have a good square, and the king side is weak again. And I have threats like knight h6 check and all that. So I'm curious where this will lead to.
So I think taking here would be not great. But now, do you think like take?
Hey, Anand sacrificed.
What?
I think.
What?
Anand sacrificed his queen just as I predicted.
Really? Oh, he played knight g4.
Vishy.
Oh, he played it. And not king f8, guys. King h8.
Yeah, he played that. I don't know whether to take credit for spotting the queen sack or whether to be really afraid.
Amazing.
It happened,
but
Sagar,
it happened differently. Anand went knight d7 instead of knight g4, but the same line.
It's the same thing. Yeah. Sagar, I'll tell you why I went for this line. Okay. See, now rook h8, rook e2, knight e6, bishop e5. Your king is paralyzed. It's very difficult to bring it out to the open. Okay. See, practical terms, let us look at what white is engaging. Let's say you take queen into a2, the pawn here.
Yeah.
See, you have 4 pawns on the queen side versus 3 pawns on the queen side. The queen actually cannot do much of a damage because I have good squares after g4. All white pieces have good squares after g4. They are stationary, they will remain as they are. So I don't know how much of an advantage it is for black, this queenside pawn majority and the queen against rook and bishop. Because the bishop and rook right now, there is a way that Grandmaster R.B. Ramesh describes pieces. Generally, you give 3 points for bishop and knight each, and 5 points for the rook, right? The bishop on e5 and knight on f6 are definitely not 3 points only. They are worth 3.5 each.
Okay.
The rook on e2, I think 5 probably, maybe 4.5 or 5. Whereas the knight on e6 and the queen on a5, definitely not 9 and 3 here. So all said and done, guys, this is the time where you ignore the engine. Do not look what the engine says anywhere else. Just put yourself in Grischuk positions. You are playing a guy who is known for sacrificing material for the sake of compensation all his life, Vishy Anand. So this is going to be fantastic. I think it's a good time you called me.
Suddenly, Sarah is like 10 minutes ago, oh man, today is going to be draw. Suddenly, Vishy is like, oh, Sarah has come to comment it. I have to give the queen.
That's too much.
But Sarah, do you think that at any point Vishy would be thinking that he knows Grischuk well, and Grischuk might feel uncomfortable with this sacrifice? How much of a role does an opponent play in such decision making?
It does play to a large extent. For example, I don't know. See, this sacrifice is very compelling. So I have a feeling that this sacrifice he will do against anyone else. But let us say if the compensation was not so high, I think he will think twice before doing it against Magnus. Not because of Magnus' strength, because of Magnus' style, or even so Wesley, he will think twice. But whereas when it comes to Grischuk and Vachier-Lagrave and such players, see, Vishy very truly believes in his strength. He very, very strongly believes that he is still an extremely strong chess player who can beat anyone. So he will not twice think to do this against such players because he knows that when it comes to rapid, they are as error prone as him. Everybody's margin of error is the same. So he will definitely gamble for this. That said, it is part of Vishy's personality to get into imbalanced positions. You must be knowing this, right? There was a period when Vishy's seconds, okay, now I can tell it out because they've all told it out openly. Vishy's seconds will hide certain preparations because given a chance, instead of going for a drawn rook and pawn ending, Vishy will sacrifice an exchange and will go against for an ending where his bishop will hold the opponent's rook. And meanwhile, the seconds will get heart attack in their rooms. So they don't want to do that. So they used to hide such preparation from Vishy. Even that has happened. So, I'm not at all surprised with sacrifice because this is what Anand has done all his life.
There was this match with Gelfand in which there was this one game where Anand sacrificed his queen for a rook and bishop to kind of defend in that slightly inferior endgame, but he managed to do it.
Yeah, that is another of his strength. Okay, he is
King
generally is held as one of the greatest chess players, greatest defenders in the history of chess. So I'm not surprised like how much he can gauge how much will be the defense sound enough. Okay, so what do you do, Sagar?
I feel that Grischuk is also an uncompromising player. So he doesn't go for like anything where there is a perpetual or something like that, to repeat. He's like, I'll go king f8 and, let's see, let's have a fight like bd6 check maybe here.
I have two choices here. One is I can take that pawn on h7, in which case I will become material up for my sacrifice. But king goes to e7 back, knight f6 back, then the king gets very active. Or the other choice is to go bd6 instead of knight h7.
Yeah, so knight h7 lets the king run away. So bd6 kind of keeps him in the box here with king g7.
Yeah. First of all, let's see whether bishop e5 will keep a draw to be on the safer side.
Yeah. With bishop e5, I guess g5 and trying to make a square for the king here could be interesting.
Because now the problem is there is no, if you go to b5, let's say I go g4 here. I just capture the light squares. So the point is, if you go king g6 here, let's say knight g8, idea knight e7 check. It's a question whether I am really applying pressure on the black king or not.
Because to
maybe
form
not.
a mating net after king h6 might not be okay. You have a perpetual kind of.
That's what I thought, whether I can do something, but I have a feeling this is what Vishy should be doing. I don't think he should let the king come over to e7.
But he took on h7,
Okay.
and Grischuk has come out king e7 here.
Okay, so this is now going to be a very complicated game. See, the natural instinct is to play g4, f4 and dislodge the knight on f5. But in the process, you are weakening the white king also, which is not very correct.
Right.
You get what I mean? So the safer way is I come knight f6, I keep f3. Maybe I can try to create a passer on the h file.
Like, oh, you want to go like here and push.
Yeah, first bring the knight back to f6, then play g4, and then f3, and then h4, king g2, and all that.
Interesting. You know, Sarah, we have this bar next to the board. You see, there's a bar. So it's like lower in as low it gets below the mid mark. So black is better here. But do you feel that like black is better in this? Like you said, don't look at the engine as such. In such positions, is it very difficult for black to play all the accurate moves of the engine?
It's next to impossible, even in classical chess, to play next to the most favored moves of the engine. It's next to impossible to make in a regular game. That is why you should never judge a game by the bar. Basically, I think practically speaking, it is black who is under pressure, not white. Do you see a single way for black to make progress here? I cannot.
If he starts to roll these pawns, but even that is a very it takes like 6-7 moves and still no passer easily to be created.
Exactly. The other day we were talking, me, you and Samay, Jayega kahan? Where are you going with all that finally? All dressed up and nowhere to go. Whereas I see possibilities for white here. See, engine goes only by the static analysis of how the position is. Materially and the freedom-wise, black pieces are slightly better. But I think psychologically and practically, it is white who is pushing here.
Somewhere, don't you think, like if white tries to do something, like for example, like Vishy will try to go at some point, he played f3 right now. He'll try to go g4, king g2. Then the queen will start creating certain threats. So it's like black is waiting for white to do something where he will get his chance.
Exactly. That's basically what is going to happen. If white pushes too hard, suddenly the white king will come out into the open if you play g4 and h4 and all that. So it's going to be very tricky for both of them. And what's the time position, Sagar?
Right now, Grischuk has 11 minutes 36 seconds and Vishy has 15 minutes 24 seconds.
Okay, but at the same time, both of them are rapid champions, blitz champions of the world and all that. So I don't know how much it is going to be influenced by time, because Grischuk is a very fast player as well. But overall, we have a great fight on the cards today. Great fight it's going to be.
Absolutely. By the way, Venkatesh says, crystal clear inputs from Saravanan sir. Amazing. And Anant Narayanan says, one should see Anand's 90s games, like games with Gelfand, Adams, Shirov, Salov, Ivanchuk. It was all fun to replicate the moves from Hindu papers. Great days.
Yeah, I very strongly believe he's a South Indian who used to look up at chess. I also did the same thing.
A few minutes ago that he studied in Vishy's alma mater. So,
Don Bosco.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, actually, I also grew up in the same Hindu columns, Chennai, all that. Yeah, fantastic. Basically, fantastic. Yes.
Oh, by the way, look at this. A5 has been played by Grischuk. Maybe that's what is on his mind. He wants to push the pawn to a4, a3, weaken the structure, maybe c3 then becomes weak.
Yeah, but then I keep the rook on e3 instead of e2. Continue defending as well. See, that's what, unless, see, for example, if the black king is to taken to c8 here, d7 and c8, so that the black knight can start moving around and then start giving problems for white's pawns on the queen side. This is going to be the way that black has to proceed. So I'm assuming something like king d7, king c8, followed by knight c7, knight d5, and a5, a4, a3, and all that. But in the meanwhile, there is a chance that the f7 and g6 may also be attacked by white's pieces. It's not going to be easy, but practically, I think, white might be having a slight edge here because of the psychologies here, I think.
So, okay, knight f6 has been played. Now I say push the pawn. My threat is a3. And if you take, I want to give a check, maybe pick up this pawn on c3, and then maybe this is weak. So,
yeah. So I have to go king f2 here.
Yeah. And then
let's say you go a3.
Yeah.
Yeah, ba, queen a3, rook e3. I don't know how is knight e4, but knight e4 might. Yeah, knight e4 is a trick, Sagar. BD, because of the BD6 5 paisa. So, so let's say black goes king d8 here, away from the checking position. Yeah, now rook e3 is almost forced because f5 is being threatened. Yeah. Yeah. Now is the time. Can black play knight c7?
Here, well, if you go,
this is what I said. Combine the queen and knight to make threats on the queen side. This is going to be the
it's possible.
We have to be a little careful. Knight f6 maybe, knight d6 may be a trouble here. Idea bishop f6 check. Black has to be a little careful. I am threatening b7 and f7.
In such positions, when you play knight d6, the engine without anything says knight d5. You give up this, but human beings don't really think that way. Like, they are worried about the pawns falling off.
Very correct. But here maybe you're right because knight c3 is quite serious.
Yeah, this and this.
Let's say if I go knight b7 here, and then I come back to knight b7 check, king c8. No, now then I can come back to c4 and then defend c3 also. No, that is not correct. Which means you cannot play knight d5, Sagar, because I take a pawn free.
Yes, but here king d7.
My rook is attacked. Okay.
Yeah, this is hanging. By the way, in the game, it has happened. What we discussed, king f2 has happened. So, Sarah, you are actually kind of gauging the position very accurately here, mainly because somehow I do get a sense that what Vishy is thinking somewhere, in his mind, what is happening.
No, it's not that way. No, it's not that way. This is probably because of I started training people. I became a coach somewhere along. This became like that. See, calculation, obviously you cannot match young people, young students and all that, and young engines also. So then what you do is you try to understand the game, what is going to happen. Like we understood at the beginning that black was going to push the pawns, remove b2 from the equation, then start attacking c3. You know what you have to do, strategy. Then you calculate how to do it, tactics. So if you move a game, if you study a game from what has to be strategically done, you decide first, and then check whether tactically it can be done. This can be a very good way to study a game. So because I started coaching people and all that, I almost always started thinking like that. So my tactics started getting worse and worse, but I tried to understand the position. I started understanding just a little better, I would say.
Basically, you are like the top level management who kind of plans. The execution is left for...
You do it too much once in a while. Okay, come on, cut it off. It's not fair.
Okay. Let's focus on the game.
I'm just joking.
So king f2, and by the way, Mr. Rags 1984 says, I was watching your Konguvel interview, Sagar, who won nationals but didn't turn GM. Can you/Sarah tell how difficult it was for Indian players to progress then? Oh, this is a good question. Should we take it like after the game?
Yeah, definitely we'll take it after the game. It's a very interesting question. Me and Konguvel are very close friends, by the way. Yeah, it's a long story. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Basically now,
I like
King
the
F2.
fact that Grischuk is going down to 6 minutes on his clock. You know, the more he goes down on time, the more chances of him going wrong. But in a way, Grischuk has A3 as a ready-made way to kind of simplify a bit more. But maybe he's
Okay.
looking for more. Do you think Grischuk might also be ambitious at this point? You know, thinking like, okay, why should I simplify? Maybe I'll also think of B5, maybe G5, some plans like that.
No, G5 is maybe premature because it can aid white to push H3, G3, H4 fast. Not necessarily here later on. So I would leave the pawn on G6. Actually, I have one thought here. Let's say black plays A3, BA, Queen A3. You know, there is a trap here. Actually, black cannot take BC because of D5 shot.
You mean
No,
Queen
he
C3?
can. He can. Queen C3, D5, Queen C5 check you have. So let's say if I play the king to G3 here.
Very smart. Yeah, very smart.
So now I have indirectly supported Queen C against Queen C3 because now D5 wins the game.
Oh, this is winning. You know, queen attack and nice.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice trick. And also, so King G3 is one tricky move. Also, C4 could be possible, right?
You want to play D5 anyway, is it? I was a little worried about the pawns getting a little loose. Let's say if I go unusual Queen A7 or something, attacking D4, but I'm not attacking D4 because, you know, then the king opens by itself.
Correct. So if you take this, there's a discovered check. Maybe King G3 next, like. Yeah, I get your point. Sorry?
No, sorry.
Oh, look what he did. He played
What
knight
happened?
F4. What? Oh, he played knight F4. So he's ready to give up this knight for getting the
Yeah.
F6 knight.
That's a bad decision.
For black?
For black. Because see, without the knight, I don't think black can make any progress in the position on the queen side. So, you know, this is probably going towards a simple draw now. Probably Grischuk's knight F4 is just a decision to simplify everything and go for a draw. But it may also give white some temptation to play for a win. Let's say I take bishop F4 here.
So one idea is knight G8 and then
Yeah.
take here. The other
Yeah.
one, like, do you want to push the king to G8 or you want to take and keep the king on F6?
No, the thing is bishop F4. Now, if you give bishop E5 check, the king stays in trouble, right, for a long time. Is it not? No.
Yeah, but after
Not
king
sure.
E6, because all the everything is on light squares, there's no good discovered attack. So
Then okay, let me go H4 instead of bishop E5 check here. Bishop F4 and now H4. Yeah. I'm not only just, you know, putting some screws on the dark squares. In the long run, I have G4, G5, bishop E5, and your king may be caught on the king side.
Yeah. Like G4, G5. Okay, king F5, then there is king G3
You're coming
and rook
king
E5.
F5, you're asking for it. Yeah, exactly. You're asking for it.
Yeah. So G4, G5, king goes back. Then you could go rook E8 and then bishop E5.
Bishop E5, exactly.
Could
So
get
do you understand when I say knight F4 was premature?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that was a wrong exchange there.
So it basically takes away black's winning chances in a way. And then, I mean, after bishop F4, king F6, I think white has some chances here, yeah?
I think so.
H4. Still, this A3 plan
Yeah.
seems logical, right? Take, queen takes. Now this is... But now we can actually go G4, queen C3,
G5.
and G5, king G7, and this could become dangerous. Like check, king G8, for example.
Bishop F6.
Yeah, bishop F6, and now this is a threat. So king F8, and perhaps something like this, like a draw, yeah?
Why, Sagar? Can't I play for a win with rook A2?
Oh, you want to go here.
Or, if there is no perpetual on the first rank, can I go rook E7? For king F8, instead of bishop E7, can I go rook E7? I do rook D7.
Yeah.
See, now it's a question of getting one shelter for the white king. The shelter may be found at C7.
Oh, you were saying you can run like...
Yeah, of course. Who will stop me from running?
Very interesting. Yeah, actually, this becomes tough for black now because white has a clear threat of rook d7, rook d8 mate.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
knight f4, but Vishy is thinking like he's thought almost for 4 minutes now, three minutes. He's trying to figure out what to do. I mean, maybe the decision of taking the knight straight off is not the only one he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking of knight g8.
So he can afford to think because he has 11 minutes on the clock, I see. Yeah, now 10 against 3, so 5. I'm sorry, against 5. But I think he will take. Okay, he may find it bad to part with his knight, but still, it's a very good decision to take.
Yeah.
I have one question. Let's say knight g8, king f8, bishop f4. Was this not an even better way to try for a checkmate? Let's say now king g8, now bishop e5, because bishop f6 is coming immediately. Right? Instead of...
Do you think pushing this pawn to create some
okay. Yeah, when the king is on f6, that f5 was not possible, right?
Yeah, I think he's done some. There are some moves that have been played. So bishop f4, king f6, and now Vishy played very instantly. Guess the move? bd6.
Okay, he wants to stop a3 instinctively. I think it's a little bit of a safer attitude not to allow black any breakthrough on the queen side. Maybe he guarantees a draw here with this move. Now his point is he will go to bishop f8. That's what he is threatening. So that the king is restricted. So maybe king g7 now for black.
But king g7, or do you want to go g5 to make this square?
g5 will put a pawn on the dark square, which I'm instinctively not happy with. In the long run, I may be able to attack the g5 pawn with my bishop. So here, if let's say white goes h4, exactly, stopping g5, and now I'm going to go g4, g5. This may be a even safer way of playing for a win, but I'm not happy with the fact that black will play f5 here. Remember the last chat we had, we talked about the Rubik cube. Sometimes to win a position, you have to mess up the position so that it becomes a mess before you start winning. Like that, even black may start creating chances if he plays f5. But one thing is, it's a fortress already if all kingside pawns vanish, right? So I think from here on, there is no risk of white losing at all, is my opinion.
Right. I mean, the only worry could be some time white going in, like, rook e7, trying for some kind of play, and then black tries to get in from behind. If white just stands still, like let's say puts his bishop on a3, and then just keeps moving his king, I guess black has nothing but to accept a draw, right?
Yeah, but I have a feeling white will try for more. See, here Grischuk is getting 3 minutes, right? So, you know the story, right? Anand used to get Karpov into severe time pressure, try to blitz him out, and Karpov will trick him and even win. So he actually trained not to play too quickly against Karpov. So here, I think, against Grischuk also, he has to do the same thing, I think. Yeah. Now, let's say G4. Let's say I have an idea. Let's play G4. What do you do? King G6?
Let's say, King G6.
Bishop E7. Or can I play Rook E5 first, if you don't mind? Rook E5 B2 pawn is going. See, I was basically aiming for Bishop E5, and if you don't do anything, I have Bishop E7 and Rook E5. If you play F6, I have Rook F5. But the pawn on C3 pawn on B2 might go, and A3 might get dangerous. Yeah. Okay, this is not worth it. See, this is why I think H4 should have been played first before playing G4. Before allowing, you should have played.
But Grischuk was very alert, and he played G5 before Vishy could, get in H4. Perhaps, you are right that instead of BD6, maybe H4 was a stronger idea. But I think Anand did not like A3 here.
Yeah.
This position.
See, it's easy for us to sit at home and have a sip of water and commentate. Obviously, he has to gauge his risk in such a crucial round against a world-class blitz player. So you can't find fault with that.
But Anand just went back bishop a3 and he's asking Grischuk that what do you want to do now? Is there something you want to do in this position? Because maybe I'm not so keen on trying too much. I think Anand maybe he's not like he wants to draw, but he's just waiting around to see what if Grischuk is ambitious or not.
No, Sagar, one thing now that your bishop on a3, your rook is free, right? So maybe now all that is on the cards, going with the rook to e8, g4.
Oh, he went rook e7.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, now black has to defend against c6 now. He will go b5 here.
Yeah, let's go b5.
So b5, rook d7. The point, I'm threatening rook c6. And I don't want the queen to come to d5. That's the point. So let's go if you go queen c4.
Look at this move, Sarah.
Yeah.
e4.
Okay.
If you take with the bishop, then I'll take
the pawn.
e2.
I take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn, and maybe now it just spoils your bishop like forever, blocked. And maybe this is something that Anand should be careful about, this idea.
Okay. Okay, let's go rook a7. Are you not a little too careless with your pawns?
Yeah, but somehow there is a check.
Because the check is, if black wants to draw, he can get it anytime.
But no, d4 is hanging now.
That's what. If rook a4, then queen d4 may be a perpetual draw.
No, queen c2, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So rook a4 cannot be taken.
So
let's say if I defend rook d7, it's nothing much.
In the game, after rook e7, he went queen b3, defending this pawn, and Anand has come back. Ooh, maybe a subtle draw gesture, yeah?
I have a feeling he saw queen c2 coming in. So he just gave the move back to Grischuk. Now if Grischuk goes with the queen a2, maybe he may try something on the king side. I don't know.
He has 1 minute 22 seconds, Grischuk. Anand has 9 minutes 24 seconds.
Exactly. So this is basically a cat and mouse game here.
The funniest thing about this game is I don't understand who's playing for a win, who's trying to, push here. Both of them. And, one moment you think, okay, Anand is trying to hold. Now Grischuk plays queen d1, maybe shows some aggressive intentions, perhaps. Or maybe they just draw, like rook e7 and then he goes queen b3.
No, now honestly I can't bring the rook anywhere because of check.
Check rook e2.
Oh, I think they're gonna take a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little disappointing for Anand fans, but probably it's a just reaction, just result, because probably there's not much to play for on the board. Queen is a queen at the end of the day. But if he had played h4 and all that, I think he had better chances when the queen versus rook and bishop started at all. Sorry, you're saying something.
No, I'm just saying that here there is no way for the lone rook to create some threats here. So I think it's just only logical that also the lone queen can't do much. The bishop and this structure is so solid. So draw is a very logical result in this position.
There is a theory that the worst pawn structure on the king side is h3, g2, f3. See, instead if the position was h3, g2, f2, probably white could have created some chances because the king is safer. Or h2, g3, f2. This pawn structure, it is extremely difficult to create anything because the dark squares are always weak.
The game has ended in a draw. But it was a treat. Yeah, it was a treat because until move number what was it? Like until move number 20, we thought that okay, it's just going to be a draw. But all of a sudden, Anand goes knight d7 here. I think that was the moment when the game got very exciting.
I'll go to sleep well tonight knowing that I predicted it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think that would happen because, it just felt like black should have this a2 pawn is hanging. But you were so right in saying that here, after bishop e5, this was quite troublesome for black. So in a way, you can say that Grischuk played well to hold
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Psychologically, at least. Okay, Queen A2 will always give him a lot of resources because at the end of the day, he has a queen. But fantastic. And see, now you tell me, he is coming to play after a year or so. He's going to be 52 this year. Look at the creative ideas. Look at the courage he has to play a queen sack on the board in one of the best tournaments of the year. That's Vishy for you.
Absolutely. And while we are watching this, another news which is going to open up the tournament totally here is Nepo losing to Ivan Saric. I mean, he's losing here this position, which means Nepo had 2 points. If we just look at the standings very quickly here for everyone to just see. So Nepo was leading the tournament with 8 points. Vishy is now just 1 point below him because Nepo will lose this game. So at the end, it will be just 1 point separating the two.
Fantastic. So Vishy even has chances of winning the tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
it's
nice.
like there is rapid and the blitz points are also like added at the end of it. So it will be like he has to play well in both the segments. But just doing well in rapid itself is great. I mean, 2 wins.
But for that game against Vachier-Lagrave, he has played almost all the games very credibly.
Yes. And also Vachier-Lagrave found a beautiful move, F4.
Ah, yeah, sure, of course, yeah.
I mean, I didn't anticipate that he would find it because the knight went to G6 to stop that and he played it.
And against both Van Foreest as well as Mamedyarov, Anand had this H4, H5, H6. The Alpha Zero maneuver. That was also very curious. Yeah.
So this is better for, I mean, Saric is winning. He'll just push his pawn to D2 next. If Nepo goes Rook G8, there is Rook G1 check, King G1 and D1. Queens with a check. And so I think totally winning position here for black. We have just Mamedyarov versus Duda. Ooh, crazy game here, as we can expect from Duda and Mamedyarov.
Mamedyarov is another player who I really like a lot. See, at this age where everyone's crying with white pieces, you don't get any advantage in the opening. With black pieces, you always have to struggle for equality in the opening. Look at Mamedyarov. Look at his creativity. Almost each and every day, he brings something to the table. He has a complicated and interesting position on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And he stays in the world top 10. That's and that too for many, many years again. Longevity once again, Mamedyarov is a special player in today's circuit, I have a feeling.
Yeah, very rightly said. I mean, to play such risky chess and to stay at such top, that is very tough. Like you can see Dubov, he plays risky chess, but he is like in around 30, 25 world in that range. But to be like in top 10 and try doing this is special. Yeah.
I had an argument with a guy whom I trained. This is a young guy who is a grandmaster. And I always try to tell him, come on, gamble a little more. Why don't you play the King's Gambit? Such kind of arguments we have. He always says, look at openings. You don't get anything, etc., etc. And to him, I give the example of Mamedyarov. Okay, Mamedyarov has done that and gone to even 2800 in touch and came back. So that's basically it doesn't matter which openings to play or what even your approach to opening is. At the end of the day, it all depends upon your creativity, and more than creativity is courage. Over the chessboard, courage pays for everything. As what's Alekin's quotation? Fortune favors the brave, especially when they are Alexander Alekins.
Yeah, very nice.
Alekin has a couple of quotations about himself, which is very nice. Second is, when I play white, I win because I'm white. When I play black, I win because I'm Alekin.
Is this by Alekin or is it by Bogolyubov, who said when I play white, I win because I'm white?
I was always believing it was Alekin. I can check it. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was by Bogolyubov. By the way,
Sure.
for the viewers here, if rook g1 check, king g1, queen, there is this idea of building up a fortress with rook g3 here, but it wouldn't work because let's say after king c4, rook check, rook g3, there's this move queen d3, which kind of throws spanners in the works. Like if you take, I take with the pawn and then the pawn queens, and if you wait here with rook e3, my king comes here, and this is this famous endgame between Nepo and Anish Giri, where now you can sacrifice from
Yeah.
the candidate's first round.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And, you are
And if
able
you
to-
don't stay on e3, if you go back to g3, I come to king e1, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
And then I go for the f2 pawn. Yeah. This is beautiful.
So this ended right here, like Nepo resigned here. He didn't even go into any endgame with queen versus rook. So that means Ivan Saric, who has been like, the last round of the day, yesterday he beat Anish Giri. Today he beats Nepomniachtchi. So the last rounds are his, he scores some important wins there. Venkatesh, yeah, so
He does good things to our own Vishy also. Vishy is now in the second place. So
Yes.
who knows? 3 more rounds to go.
absolutely. Venkatesh S says last game was class from Vishy sir, too good. Anand Narayan says Vishy is extrapolating 10 deep. What a man, age. There was this question, yeah, Sarah, maybe while this game is going on, we could take it like we had said after the end, we would talk about it. I'll just read it out again for people who have just joined. It was about, just a second. Yeah, I was watching Konguwell's interview and who won nationals but didn't become a GM. I believe he has 2 GM norms or 3. So I think 3 GM norms.
Five GM now.
Five GM. Oh, 5 GM norms. He has to reach 2500. Can Sarah tell how difficult it was or how different? He has written just DIFF. It was for Indian players to progress back then. Maybe 1990s.
Yeah, 90s, I would say, 90s and 2000s. See, in our very prime age, let's say between the age of 18 to anywhere between 30, yes, the drawback was that there was, first of all, access to information was very difficult. Computers had just come in and they were not the computers that you see today, and there were no engines at that time. So one was information, and second is there was no proper coaching and all. See, in my entire career, let's say till the age of 30, I got taught only by just 2 people because I didn't have opportunity. There are no coaches in India and we cannot afford coaches from abroad. So we had to rely on the federation to arrange us for some coaching, which I got only once in my career till 30. After that, whatever I arranged for myself was through myself. So getting better at chess, we did not know how to do and what to do and what not to do. See, if I look back now, more than what we did correctly, what we did wrongly were the ones who hurt us the most. See, for about 2 to 3 years between the age of 25 to 28, I used to play this opening d4, c5, d5, d6, followed by e6 and g6. d4, c5, d5, g6 was a report I had. d4, g6, c4, bg7, whatever c5 was a report I had. These are not things you should have been playing at that age when you had just gained some understanding of chess. You should have rather gone and expanded with, I used to be a Kings Indian player, so I should have expanded with an Imzo or a Slav and all that. So even specific wisdom, which is so commonplace today, we did not have access to. This is the first thing. The second thing is traveling was impossible. Like an air ticket was something like a 10-month salary or a 5-month salary. It was out of question that you can travel on your own and go abroad and play. And there are no tournaments which you can access easily because there was no internet, etc. So whatever we had in ambition and hard work and all that, these are the negating factors. Positive factors which we had it better was that even if you're a strong international master, you got a job. So your livelihood is taken care of. See, in my case, it was the main reason why I even became an international master and made it to the country team and was in the Indian team for about 5 to 6 years, played an Olympiad, Asian and all that, mainly because I had a very good sponsorship by an employer. First for about 2.5 years, when I was 18, I got a job. First for about 2.5 years, I was in Indian Bank. Then 19 long years I had with Bharat Petroleum, where we were employed as sportsmen. So all our livelihood was taken care of. Some of our travel expenses were taken care of and all that. This was a very big advantage, which is not prevalent now. Today, even if you're a 2600 Grandmaster, there is no guarantee that you will get sponsorship. You are still relying on chess teaching or lecturing and so on to make a living. So this is the plus side, those things. In that plus side, I think somewhere along the way, the problem was everyone got complacent. So, there were many international masters who stayed as international masters. When I got my job, I was about 2200, 2250. You understand? Huh? Within about 5 to 6 years, I became an international master and I zoomed to 2440. Then I got into the Indian team. Then I was in the Indian team for 5 years. So in my case, that employment was a godsend opportunity because, I couldn't afford it. Honestly, I didn't have the family background or financial background to afford all these things, which was given to me by a job. Somewhere along the way, but it also affects you and it makes you complacent also because life is too good sometimes. So it's a mixed picture. I wouldn't say that it was all bad and people have all got it better today. Today, okay, as a compensating factor, people do not have jobs, but a grandmaster or an international master, if he is a proper grandmaster who knows his chess and proper international master who knows his chess, they make a very good living out of training. That's basically very good. And being Indians, we are all reasonably good in English because we learn English at school and we have internet in India. So still, it's not so bad because as a trainer, you can really make a good life even now. But it's a different question whether you want to do it at all. Whether it's worth it to have a career in which you know that you cannot get great sponsorships unless you make it to the very top of the world. See, like the kids are doing today. Nihal Sarin is doing wonderfully, winning his second tournament today in 2 weeks. Yeah, Serbia and all that. If you perform to that level, yes, but otherwise, whether you are ready to make a career in chess, but as a trainer, as your main way to make money, make a living, that's a question, ideological question, which is very difficult to answer. Some who didn't want it quit it, like Parimajan Negi quit it, went abroad. Magesh Chandran went abroad. Arun Prasad went abroad. In India itself, many guys are turning into professional trainers today instead of pursuing a playing career.
Yeah, many strong GMs like Vishnu, Swapnil, Swayams. These are all now very well-known trainers in India. So
better not tell the names because they may still be ambitious.
No, but they are already good trainers.
I'm just joking.
So
Vishnu is a wonderful trainer. Srinath is a wonderful trainer.
Yeah,
They've
Srinath,
proven it. Yeah,
of course. But the thing is that it's a very interesting point you made that sometimes getting something could also mean that your progress slows down there. Not getting it could mean that, if you would get a job only if you become a GM, then people would push harder. Like, what's the status nowadays?
Very true. Very true. I mean, I'm not telling something which doesn't exist. You make an analysis of how many guys are well employed, and then make an analysis of what did they do after they got their good jobs, whether they progressed inconsequent with the amount of sponsorship they got. I don't think so. Not everyone has done justification to that.
Yeah. Like in the chat, people are saying very rightly, SL Narayanan is an example of a very strong GM who doesn't have a sponsor or a job. So
yeah, sure. Yeah. SL Narayanan is one, and there are many guys now who are 2600 and who are finding it very difficult to get sponsorship even today. Yeah. Like I think Arvind Chidambaram, Pragnananda, Nihal Sarin, Gukesh, they have sponsorships, but it's a question as to how long it will sustain and how far, how much, and all that. So very difficult situation.
I hope it does sustain. And by the way, Mr. Rags, who just asked this question, says, What are the few top online resources for a kid of 5 years to learn from? Kid has no access to live clubs.
Okay, one is there is for kids I'm talking about. One is there are excellent series of videos for children in many portals. I don't know about all, but I have seen chess.com. They have a wonderful video series. Play Chess, Chess24, all have wonderful videos, but they may not be for kids, but there are a lot for beginners. This is one. Second is Play Chess, Lee Chess, and chess.com and ICC. These are excellent places to play chess, honestly. You know, when your kid is 5 years old, he doesn't need any training coaching. After he knows how the pieces move, what he has to do is play on and play on and play on. So all these portals give you fantastic opportunity to play the game throughout the day. When I was a, let's say, 16-year-old, 18-year-old player who had just come to Chennai, to play chess, I used to cycle about 7-8 kilometers. There used to be a great gentleman named Dakshinamurthy. Tata, we used to call him.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very good article written by me in chessbase.in.
Yes.
I mean, this is a man to whom all of us are indebted in my generation. We all went and
Wasn't
played chess.
he like the one who opened his homes to anyone who wants to come and play chess?
Exactly. You published the article. So, you know, we used to go to his house riding my cycle for 7 kilometers just to play chess. And weekdays, we used to wait till 6 o'clock because the club used to open at 6 o'clock. We will be waiting when the guy opens the door of the club and all that. Today, you have opportunity to 24 hours a day to play chess. So playing chess is very, very important for children. Even those coaches who have children, a lot of children, a wonderful way is to make, monthly Grand Prix among your children. Like I know some successful coaches who, when there was no pandemic, you can do it even during pandemic. You play a kind of succession of round robins among your students and keep Grand Prix points of who is doing well and who is where and all that. The atmosphere you create, it's friendly competition and with friends, and which is done in a closed atmosphere because where you know whether you are progressing or not. All these are wonderful opportunities for children to play chess in a fun way. See, children should enjoy chess, first of all. So, videos which are explanative and then playing portals, this is what you need for a 5-year-old, not more than that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, a permanent coach and a personal coach, one-to-one coaching 5 days a week, all this is not necessary at all, in my opinion. That comes much later, after they understand something about chess.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sarah, for that. Hemant Bhoyar says, clarity of thought of Saravanan sir is just beautiful. Please have him stream more for all of us. Okay, we'll try our best. Also, Sarah is busy man. Yeah, he is also a trainer and he's training. So recently, by the way, he wrote a very interesting article on the Czech Prime Minister, raising funds. Playing chess to raise funds for vaccine drive in Kerala, which is so amazing. And I think if mods, you can put the link of that article. It's such a beautiful thing that has happened in the world of chess. Sarah, if you could tell us a bit about it, maybe people would read about that.
Yeah, this is a wonderful story. Pavel Matocha is an organizer in Czech Republic. He's also a businessman. He's a chess lover. So he organizes this chess train. So what you do is, it's a 5-day tournament inside Czech Republic. You hop onto the train. You play for half a day inside a compartment or multiple compartments as the train is moving. Then you get down at the time of lunch, and wherever the train has moved, you do some sightseeing there with friends, and others are chess company. So it's a very jolly crowd and all that. So he did the train does it for 5 days, and you return back on the 6th day back to the Czech capital, Prague. So Anil Kumar is a correspondent international master from Kerala. He's a friend of mine. He's also an ex-Olympian. He was a fantastic player. Unfortunately, his career was cut short because of other reasons in India.
He played the Olympiad, yeah?
Yeah, he has played the Olympiad for India. He was actually could have been one of the mainstays of Indian team, and he could have been one of our first international masters, but okay, due to certain reasons, he couldn't complete his chess career at that time. Then he went into correspondence, became a correspondent international master. he traveled to chess train and found this wonderful. Then he got the idea, why don't we do it in a boat? So he
Kerala.
came back to Kerala, God's own country, his native land. There we have this Vembanad Lake, the backwaters of Cochin. Wonderful place, heaven on earth. I simply love that place. So you have these floating boats where you can stay for days and nights and all that. So he did that in a houseboat in Kerala. So you play half a day on a houseboat, but only thing is you don't stay on the boat. But instead, the boat goes and docks in different places every night, and in that place you have a tourist attraction. So of course, Kerala has, you know this, right? Kerala is the only place with all kinds of tourist attractions. You have hill stations, you have rivers, you have falls, you
Yes.
have everything. So 5 days he does that. 5 days you play chess in the morning, and after a meal on the boat, you go for a sightseeing. And there is a 1 day break also where you stay somewhere in a hill resort, something. So because now the Kerala was going through a pandemic and looking at the effort that Chess Kerala is making, so Pavel Matocha organized this wonderful charity simultaneous by the top chess player of Czech Republic, another wonderful guy, David Navara. So he got a shot in the arm when the Prime Minister of Czech Republic was one of the participants. And there are two parliamentarians. One of them is a FIDE master who used to be a chess player, serious player. They participated, and the High Commissioner of, Ambassador of India turned up for that. Hemant Kotalwar, very nice of him. And in fact, after the simul was over, I wanted to speak to him. Graciously, he spoke to me for a long time, describing about how it is in the Chess Republic. You know, like it's very surprising. You hold a charity simul, and the Prime Minister turns up, right? So I wanted to know what drives such people to being so nice and so humble and so hearty. He was, I mean, the ambassador was describing it's a fantastic culture in this country, and everyone's cool. You see the Prime Minister riding in a public transport, and so he turns up on a charity simul and all that. So I couldn't resist. And they have a very big Indian connection. They revere Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore is one of the greatest sons this country has ever produced. Nobel laureate for literature. They have a street named after Tagore, and they have a statue of Tagore in Prague.
Wow.
So I wrote the article for you, and I couldn't resist but ending up with one of my favorite verses of Gitanjali. You know, on the beach, on the seashores, our children meet. It goes. It is basically, the poem is more about, you know, universal friendship and to do things which you enjoy doing because you do them, you know, rather than in the poem again it comes, you know, fishermen go to sea to cast their nets, boatmen go on their own works, but children don't do all that. They don't cast nets, they don't go on boats, they play with seashells on the seashores, and that's the kingdom of the children. One of the greatest poems are Tagore, so I mentioned that. I mean, I really enjoyed writing this article itself, you know.
Yeah. I think generally everything you do it with great taste, and always you take your time and do things, which is amazing because the end quality is very high of anything you do. So
Thank you so much. Nice of you for saying that. I don't deserve this prize, but anyway, thank you so much.
yeah, but Sara, it has been a great pleasure, you know, talking with you, speaking with you, and also commentating on these games with you. Anand treated us to a great game, and for people who have been asking for standings, guys, these are the standings here. Nepo leading the tournament with 8 points, but he lost his last round to Ivan Saric. Vishy Anand on 7. He's joined there with MVL and Ivan Saric, who has been playing really well. And then Anish is on 6. Duda on 6. Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov, Grischuk and Korobov on 5. And Jorden van Foreest on 4. So tomorrow is going to be very exciting because Vishy Anand will take on players Ivan Saric, Anish Giri, and Jan Christoph Duda, where I think Anand has a realistic chance of finishing at the top.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a great day, and I hope Vishy does well. It ends very well for him.
Yeah. Well, I'll write to you, Sarah, and in case if you are free, then we would have love to have you for some time. But thanks a lot for joining today, and see you soon. Take care of your health. And by the way,
before I go,
Yeah.
I stammered through that poem of Tagore, which is a great sin. I'll just tell you the exact words if you don't mind.
please.
On the seashore of endless worlds, children meet. The infinite sky is motionless overhead, and the restless water is boisterous. On the seashore of endless worlds, the children meet with shout and dances, and then it goes. It's from Gitanjali by Rabindranath Tagore, written in 1912.
Amazing.
Thanks, Sagar. Nice of you. So I'll see you
Yes.
tomorrow.
See you, Sarah. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Guys, that was I am Saravanan here. Such a wonderful commentator, such a wonderful person. As someone said in the chat, he speaks so well and speaks so thoughtfully, yet there is no or ah from him, when he's thinking, just smooth. And I think a lot of people enjoy his commentary, and it was such a pleasure to commentate with him. Also, he was commentating without an engine. He was thinking about the moves on his own. He was trying to come up with a lot of different ideas. He was trying to bring in the human element there to try and see what Vishy Anand would be thinking, what Grischuk would be thinking. And I think that was tremendously valuable. I think we got a great insight at the end. Lalit Karmakar says, I'm an adult having 1838 rating with full-time job. What's the strategy I can employ to improve chess? Does getting coaching help expedite? I think, Lalit, it would be very useful if you get a coach, but if you don't work on your chess on your own, if you don't find some time for it, maybe it's not the easiest. Yeah, like I think coaching will push you in the right direction, but then maybe you should find time. And I think doing tactics is very useful in general. Like right now also, if you see Biswa, he's working on a lot of tactics that he's improving quickly. Like he streams regularly on his channel with Amruta, he did today. So maybe solving tactics could be a very good idea to keep yourself fit and sharp. Okay guys, it has been a long day. It has been a very, very exciting day. It has been a big day for India because Nihal Sarin won the Serbia Open 2021. We had 2 GM norms from Aditya Mittal and Pranav V. We also had Vishy today staying unbeaten, beating Korobov, drawing his games with Mamedyarov and Grischuk. Great result. He's moved to second position in this tournament. He's going to play Saric, Anish Giri, and one more game tomorrow. So Saric, Anish, and Duda. It's going to be very exciting. Anish Giri versus Anand will be a treat to watch as well. So I'll see you all tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. That would be the plan. Also, thank you all for subscribing to the channel. We have reached 698, 450. In case you guys haven't subscribed and you enjoy the content, please do think about subscribing. If we can make it 698, 500, that would be good. 50 more people here who haven't subscribed could think of subscribing. That would be very nice. I am Sarvanan's book recommendations are amazing, says Booster Jeeves. Yeah, the new books are back. So I was going to tell Sarah that about the new books. He's always very excited with the new books coming in. But we have Anand Files. We have so many interesting books. I shot a video in the office. Think in a day or two we'll have the books out. So you can check them out. Kamal Anand, Kasparov will play in the blitz day after tomorrow. 2 days, not today. Venkatesh says, hope he comes tomorrow too. This was too good. Sure, I'll ask him if he can join in for some time. Ahmad Ali says, Sagar, why don't run behind numbers? Well, in general, the idea is to keep it in a way where it doesn't affect the commentary, running after numbers or anything. But I believe that if I don't ask for it, then people don't subscribe for it. And it's good that, if there are people who would like to subscribe and I can ask, I don't see anything wrong in that. So yeah, well, I asked for a few people to subscribe and some of them did. So thank you all for doing it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. And let's enjoy. There'll be some interviews coming from Serbia. But till then, take care, guys. See you.